Up to the plate for Massachusetts is Charlie Walker, getting his first look of the ball game. It's a 2-0 lead for Team Select here in the bottom of the second. Chris Markowitz alongside Ray Dunn here for BFA Productions, our second day of broadcasting here at the Prep Baseball Report Northeast Future Games. And Ray, this has been an absolute treat to be out here these last 2 days watching some quality baseball and high-caliber youngsters get after it on the turf field here at Stern Family Field. A beautiful facility, might I add.
Yeah, absolutely. Beautiful field here, and the talent has been undeniable. It's been on display, I mean, all throughout the day yesterday. I'm sure it's going to carry into today. For me, this is good scouting. That's a base snack up the middle. It's good scouting for a fantasy baseball dynasty league at some point.
Getting ahead of yourself there a little bit, huh?
Yeah, listen.
That's a competitive advantage.
It is a competitive advantage. I've been telling my league the past 24 hours. I'm like, you guys are years behind me at this point in terms of scouting.
Well, that should be motivation for them to add some viewership to this stream right now, as we've got a lefty-on-lefty matchup at the plate. Sean Stevenson digs in and takes a first pitch up and in for a ball. Stevenson yesterday went 1-for-1 with a walk in Massachusetts' 9 a.m. matchup with Connecticut. As rain starting to come down here in Du Bois, PA. Time called by Team Select's catcher Joey Current to briefly chat with Landon Bealshires. And it's most likely a conversation about how to handle this light downpour. And I say light downpour half-heartedly, as tough to tell from in our booth, but it seems like it's coming down pretty strong out there, as that's in for a strike on the outer half.
Seeing as to how quickly everyone gathered to the tent in front of us, it appears like it's come down a bit.
Bealshires checks on the runner at first, comes home, and gets a foul ball on strike two. Really got in on the hands there of Sean Stevenson. And that's that two-seam run of a fastball from a lefty to a left-hand batter. Now we'll move over to first. Walker in easily at the bag. The 2-2, caught on and missed. Sean Stevenson strikes out swinging for the first out of the inning.
And there's the buck on Bealshires. Once he gets that breaking ball going, it's good. It's got sharp bite to it. It'll fool hitters late in counts. He goes to that curve type pitch to get out of most 2-strike counts.
Drew Renzella, the batter. Renzella yesterday went 0 for 2 with 2 strikeouts against Connecticut. Move to first. Walker back safely. Rain coming down, but this is the advantage of an all-turf facility. 0-1, misses high. And Current thought for a second there about shooting down to the bag at first for a back pick. With a right-hand batter in the box, a lot easier for a catcher to make that kind of a throw. The 1-1 catches the corner.
And for someone that's played on turf before, here, I'll let this, yeah. For playing on turf in this type of condition, what are you looking for in terms of, fielding the ball compared to grass and the dirt?
Well, there's a couple differences. I'm going to let this pitch fly. The 1-2 cut on and missed. A good breaking ball from Bealshires for out number 2. But playing on turf, the advantage is ball comes with much more pure of a hop, but with the rain, it's going to come at you a lot quicker. The ball's going to be very slick. And then when you field it to throw, you got to make sure you got a good strong grip because it's a lot easier to slip. Typical to see more throwing errors occur, when the surface is slick. Ball can much more easily get away from you. As Thomas White, the batter, we saw him on the mound yesterday, the top prospect for the class of 2023. And this kid, he throws gas. A left-hander listed at 6'4", 192 as a move over to first. Ball gets away from the first baseman, and moving over to second is Charlie Walker. So we'll score that an error. Tough to see. I didn't have a chance to see it from where we're sitting, whether or not it was a low throw or deflected off the glove of the first baseman.
Getting back to White, him and Jackson Cook had a photo op before the game. Two highly touted class of 2023 guys. Cook on the other side with Team Select.
Yeah, Cook, a talented young catcher. Both these kids in the class of 2023, so they've got a lot of time to grow, a lot of years to improve their skills before they hit college. As the 2-1's on the outer half of the plate. And for a kid as talented as Thomas White, I know he's probably thinking about college, but he's also probably thinking the direct professional route, being a lefty who could throw in the low to mid 90s. The 2-2 offering to him at the plate is hit on the ground to second. Flip over to first for the final out of the inning. So Massachusetts blanketed here in the bottom half of the second. We'll go to the third. Team Select ahead 2-0. Lefty on lefty matchup to start things off here in the top of the third. Matthew Bellavine steps in for Team Select. Sullivan back on the hill for his third and final inning of work in the ballgame. The 1-0 popped up, first base side. And now being called off by the right fielder of Team Select was their second baseman, Agabitis. Catch made by Toomey for the first out of the inning.
Good job by Toomey controlling that right there, getting to the spot and calling off his second baseman.
Now at the plate for Team Select is number 15, Matthew Procopio. Swings through that offering, count quickly behind in the count 0-2. The 0-2 misses low. One-two is a curveball, spoiled. Good piece of hitting there by Procopio to spoil the bender. That was a well-located curveball in the bottom half of the zone, but he was able to nub it foul.
2-strike hitting, ever more important.
Sullivan tried to go upstairs with the fastball, mix it in, change levels. Now his 2-2 is in the dirt. Count runs full. This morning, a stark contrast to yesterday as the 3-2 is popped first base side and out of play. For a moment, it looked like there might be a play down the line, but ball sails into the bleachers. It'll be a payoff pitch from Sullivan. Misses low for a walk. Procopio on at first with one gone here in the inning. And that will bring up Bryce Zaccaro. And we talked about him a couple times yesterday. This kid, he brings a lot of energy. He's a fun guy to watch. Always has a smile on his face. We've seen him both on the mound, in the box, as he takes a first pitch in for a called strike.
The warm-up pitches last night, just messing around with the knuckle, the eephus while he was going, was fun for us. And then we got pitch high and tight, turn around smiling at us. Just a joy. That's what you want. As much as, it is a showcase, you're trying to display everything you've got. Just have some fun with it. It's baseball.
Well, he's offered some of the more risible moments of this showcase as the 1-1 misses high. And as I was saying a couple pitches ago, this morning, the weather, a stark contrast to the day we had yesterday. Yesterday, it was a gorgeous, gorgeous 36 innings of play. A couple clouds in the sky, but sunny for the most part. Here today, good weather. It's around 68, 69 degrees. But there's a light drizzle, clouds all around. I will say, though, was expecting much harder rain. So for now, I think that we have caught some fortune. Knocking on wood is Ray next to me as Zaccaro swings through that offering for the strikeout.
Yeah, it can never be too safe when we talk about the weather. But so far, much appreciated compared to what we were expecting.
So with two gone and a runner on first, Jackson Cook digs in. Lefty on lefty matchup at the plate. That catches the outer half for a called strike one. Cook yesterday afternoon walked twice, stole a base, came around to score a run. That was in Team Select's 12:30 matchup. And then last night against Pennsylvania, just trying to find Cook's line, he went 0 for 2 with a ground out and a strikeout, as this is fouled down the first base line.
And with Cook, what you're looking at as a contact hitter is a pure contact hitter, decent speed on the base paths, and really, really solid catcher defensively. I think he's got a bright future ahead of him, especially 2023. I mentioned last thing, talking with him and White. He's got a lot ahead of him.
The 1-2. Taken, throw down to second as the runner goes, not in time. And I couldn't really see there through the screen whether or not it was a swing foul or the ball. It looks like the ball just popped out of the glove of the backstop for Massachusetts. Drew Renzella unable to squeeze it. So the count's even at 2. This misses low. It'll be a payoff pitch coming up. On deck if Cook can reach, which he does with a walk. And on deck coming to bat is Dax Heilman.
Consistent patience shown past 2 days there from Cook. Was walk number 3 for him.
Sets up Heilman, who on the day yesterday was 0 for 3 with 3 strikeouts, but he did walk in his final plate appearance last night against Pennsylvania. Takes a first pitch for a called strike. Heilman, a class of 2023er, so one of the younger players on this team select roster, finds himself behind in the count. Sullivan looks at second, comes home, and gets Heilman looking. Excuse me, I had the count incorrect there, so I had a first pitch for a strike when it was a ball. I think that's why you were looking at me confused there, Ray Dunn. So now it's a 1-2 count. The 1-2 fouled off first base side.
Yeah, my vision's a little impaired at the plate, so I thought I just kind of was going to throw you out there. I saw the scoreboard.
Sullivan with a look to the bag at second, comes home and blows a fastball by Heilman for strike 3. The inning ends with 2 runners stranded on the base paths. We'll go to the bottom of the third. Team Select ahead 2-0. Massachusetts coming to bat. Landon Beetleshire is back on the mound for Team Select as we enter the bottom of the third. Chris Markowitz alongside Ray Dunn here for BFA Productions. Massachusetts has been blanketed so far by Beetleshires. Coming to the bat for Mass is James Agabitis. He takes a first pitch ball outside. Agabitis yesterday in Massachusetts 9 a.m. game went 1 for 3 with 2 strikeouts and a single. A left-handed hitter listed at 5'9". Fouls this pitch straight back.
He's going to find himself solidly in the middle infield spot for a school in the next couple of years. Really good up the middle defensively.
The 1-1 wave through. And that's the second strike of the count. I believe it's actually a 2-2 count. Scoreboard saying 1-2. But I'm pretty sure I just saw the umpire hold up 2-2 as this curveball spoiled out of play down the third base line.
Again, to Beetleshire, he earned himself an extra inning here. Supposed to go 2, pitched so well, they give him a third.
Misses upstairs. He has looked good. And And a high strike 3 call as James Agabitis was ready to stroll down to first, was taking the arm guard off, but gets rung up looking.
Bielschei's 4th strikeout so far. First time he's gotten the leadoff batter of the inning out.
Jack Goodman steps in now for Massachusetts with 1 gone. And that is true. Bielschei's in the first surrendered a single and then a leadoff single in the second as well. So most of his work today has been out of the stretch. His 1-1 offering does not get the call on the corner.
And it's certainly interesting working from behind, working in that stretch for the innings. You don't really get to get a feel of what he's like out of the windup. He's working from behind here now, down 3-1, but you want to see what he can offer from the stretch and the windup. Obviously from the stretch, pretty good, able to get himself out of jams in both innings.
3-1 offering, fouled back, and a solid pickoff move. As in the first inning, he found himself in a pickle, had a 1st and 3rd situation where Kyle Levine was standing on 3rd base. Matthew Lucier was on 1st, and he made a pickoff move, got Lucier stealing, but the throw to 1st ended up coming home to nab Levine at the plate as this is hit softly to the outfield. Diving play in center, not made. And Goodman puts on the PF Flyers, headed towards 3rd, and he's going to be there standing up with a triple.
The speed coming around the base is there, and that's also with the hit right there, keeping your hands back. He got an off-speed pitch, kept his hands back, able to take it the other way, put it into the gap, and then was flying out of the batter's box.
Nice little 200-meter dash there to start his day. As this fouled off 3rd base side by Sebastian Mexico. Mexico yesterday morning for Massachusetts went 1 for 3 with a single and 2 flyouts. Both to center field as he gets hit on the elbow. It looked like that pitch hit him on the elbow, and he wants to stay in and swing. Oh, he's being honest and saying that ball hit the bottom of his bat. So the scoreboard saying the count 1-1. Believe it is an 0-2 count. That pitch misses down and away.
Respect the honesty there.
He wants to swing.
He wants to swing.
He wants to swing. It is a showcase situation. The 1-2, chopped 1st base side, fielded in foul territory. So we'll do it all again.
Matter of inches away from getting an RBI there.
Yeah, that's all it takes. A little nubber can bring the run home. The middle infield playing at normal depth. Corners a step or 2 behind the bag. As that actually hits him. So he was plunked, but the ball hit the base of his bat. So he stayed in the box, but can't avoid that one. So he's on at first with a 1-out hit by pitch, and it's runners on the corners for Mark Willie, a.k.a. Baby Gronk. Lefty on lefty matchup. This pitch gets away from the catcher, and scampering down to 2nd base, standing up is Sebastian Mexico. So that'll be a pass ball. Joey Current unable to squeeze it. Nice gap between 1st and 2nd if Willie's able to pull one. As that catches the outside corner.
Getting back to the Baby Gronk nickname, I give that one a 10 out of 10 for nicknames. I don't know who came up with that one, but I think that one's going to stick for him.
It's 6'4", 240 out of Massachusetts. Can understand and sympathize with why that hit so well.
So
And I'll tell you what, I ran into his mother yesterday getting breakfast at Dunkin' Donuts, and she said she happened to love the nickname, so I got to give credit to our crew from the other night, as this is sky to center field, and a nice diving play out in center. Trying to get some clarification. That was caught. So what a snag out in center field as Willie brings the run home with the sacrifice fly. Tough to see initially whether or not that ball was caught.
And that's just range there. That's absolute range. Good break on the ball, finding his way to it. It was hit on a rope. And diving at that one, incredible grab out there in center field. We could make a Web Jebs highlight from some of the plays we've seen so far in the last 24 hours.
So it's an RBI for Willie. First run of the ball game for Massachusetts as this is served to right field, down for a hit. Runner coming to the plate. He slides in safely, so it's an RBI single for Jake Bolin, who holds at first base. Good piece of opposite field hitting there with 2 outs. Tie ball game now, as Massachusetts has put a 2-spot on the board here in the bottom of the third, and that brings up Zachary Scott. It was smooth sailing for Beal Shies in the first 2 innings of play as runner goes, throw down a second, not in time. It's a stolen base for Bolin.
You want that throw to the other side of the bag. Probably a little behind the runner anyways, but putting that to the shortstop side of the bag, you're not going to be able to get a good tag off in time.
It was a good jump on the play by the runner Bolin. 2-0 count at the plate, lefty on lefty. That's in at the knees. Rain has slowed to a mist.
That's honestly ideal playing conditions for me. I always loved the misty conditions of a rainy day. Probably a little warmer. You want a little warmer if you get in the misty conditions, but I always like that.
I prefer blue skies, 70 degrees. That's just me.
Well, yeah. I mean, if I had to pick. But if we're gonna have a rainy day, the mist is.
2-2 cut on a miss. Current can't find it in the backstop, so reaching on a drop third strike is Zachary Scott.
Tough inning for Current. Pass ball that got Mexico over to second, and the base hit scored from there. And that one just could not locate the ball.
Justin Kolpak digs in now, 6'1", 230 out of East Hampton, Mass. Kolpak yesterday walked and grounded out twice in Massachusetts' morning matchup with Connecticut. The 1-0. Timeout called by Current. Wants to talk things over for Beal Shies. It's been a long inning for him after 2 scoreless frames. Perhaps running out of gas here. This inning with the potential to get away from Massachusetts with an opportunity to put a dent in the scoreboard as they have runners on the corners with 2 out. 2 runs already home in the bottom half of the third as this is hit softly to short. Throw to second is in time for the final out of the frame. So 2 runs on the board for Massachusetts. We're knotted at 2 as we head to the top of the 4th inning. You're watching baseball here on BFA Productions. New wing on the hill for Massachusetts. It's number 20, Peyton Rose. Right-hand pitcher listed at 6'5", 205. And he's got the next level frame going into his junior high school campaign. First batter he will face for Team Select is Matthew Thompson. So the final line of work for Jake Sullivan, he went 3 innings, gave up 2 runs on 4 hits, 2 walks, and 3 strikeouts. Slow windup. The pitch is chopped up the middle. Soft ground ball to short. Throw across the diamond in time. As a slide by Thompson head first, but he's nabbed for the first out of the inning.
And we had our discussion on the head first slide into first yesterday. Not a fan of slowing yourself down on that.
So 1 gone now. That brings up Joey Current. Current takes the first pitch for a ball low. Looked like a breaking ball. Current had a tough bottom of the 3rd inning defensively. Had a pass ball and also allowed a drop 3rd strike. And to his credit, it was a wild pitch in the dirt, but it's a play we're used to seeing him make on a block.
Quickly fall behind the count 0-2 here.
Hits this softly to short. Walsh with a nice diving backhand stab. Throws it across the diamond in time for out number 2. Carson Walsh in the hole at shortstop with some back-to-back 6-3s, showing off the arm strength. That's exactly what you want from the captain of your infield.
Yeah, back-to-back plays that he's made right there, and you said it, but the arm strength really good across the diamond. Fast for his age, the arm, and looking at the mound here, a little sky report for Peyton Rose. His fastball sits in the mid-80s. He's got a solid curveball, sits around 66, 67. Slider also in the mid-70s, that'll be good. And, I mean, just looking at his frame and his delivery, there's oozing potential.
First pitch to Cron is a breaking ball, misses high. Drew Cron went yard in his first at-bat to lead off this game. Back in the top of the first. The 1-0 fouled back. Put a good swing on that one, but could not square it up. Cron, a speedy outfielder, has a quick bat. He could be a productive hitter at the top of any high school team's lineup. The 1-1.
That home run he hit in the first, as soon as it went off the bat, it was one of those no-doubters. If I were him, I would have been pimping and driving it around.
Rose with the slow windup. Nice pitch on the outer half. Deuces are up. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs in a 2-2 ball game here in the top of the 4th inning. Count runs full. On deck, if Cron is able to reach, is Ashton Crowell. He struck out swinging in the 1st inning. The payoff, looped down the line, but foul.
It's the example of the quick bat there. Didn't like the looks of it, but he's able to get his bat around and poke that foul, make sure. Lives to see another pitch.
Good back control, just fighting off a pitch on the outer half. We'll see what Rose does to come back. With this payoff pitch, it's tapped up the middle and through for a 2-out single. Drew Cron with his 2nd hit of the ball game already has a homer and does a solid job to stay through that pitch. Send it right back up the middle and set up Ashton Crowell with a runner on first. 2 gone here in the top of the 4th.
Anytime Cron gets on base, he's a threat to take the next one.
A lot of speed at first. He's going on the first pitch. Throw down. Not in time. Drew Cron in scoring position. The ideal leadoff man has pop, can go yard, but also can single up the middle, steal a base, give you a 2-out scoring opportunity as the 1-0 gets a generous call at the top of the strike zone.
And on that steal, he just had the jump. I mean, he wasn't too far ahead of that, but he's just able to get in there because he's got the quickness and he knows when to go.
1-1 is in for a strike. Rose also has not a slow leg kick, but it's a moderate speed, not the quickest first step to home plate. So that factors in as well. The 1-2 misses upstairs.
Worth noting that Cron had not seen Rose. That was the first time we saw Rose in the stretch at all, and he was so confident in himself he just took off. He really didn't need to see a pitch.
Count even at 2. Cron dancing at second. The pitch in on the corner for a called strike 3. No runs, 1 hit, no errors, 1 man left on base. We head to the bottom of the 4th, tied at 2. Jacob Tabor on the mound now for Team Select, the 6'3" left-hander out of Olentangy Orange High School in Ohio. Class of 2023, he throws in the low 80s, but for a left-hander at this level, if he could just add a couple more miles per hour to his fastball, that's what a lot of guys at the Division I level are looking for. His first pitch of the ball game is fouled straight back off the bat of Jack Toomey. Toomey, the final hitter in the order for Massachusetts today. Chris Markowitz alongside Ray Dunn. The 0-1 doesn't get the call. So the final line for Bealshires, who went 3 innings of work, he gave up 2 runs on 4 hits, 5 strikeouts, no walks, 2 hit by pitch. As the 1-1 is in for a strike. Bealshires, his first 2 innings of work were solid, didn't surrender a run, but Massachusetts put a 2-spot up on the board in the bottom of the 3rd against him, as swinging through that pitch for strike 3 is Jack Toomey.
And what you're looking for, and a good outing for Bealshires, what we're looking for in Tabor here is He's got really good command of 3 different pitches. He's got a good fastball you mentioned that goes in the low to mid 80s, and then a curveball and a changeup.
Well, there's one of his off-speed pitches in for a first pitch strike to Kyle Levine, who led off the game for Massachusetts with a single in the bottom of the first, but got cut off at home on a steal attempt. He rips this pitch to left, and it's straight into the glove of the left fielder for out number 2.
Solid piece of contact, just hitting it right where they are. Nothing you can do about that one.
With 2 gone, it's a lefty-on-lefty matchup for Matthew Lucier, who was hit by a pitch back in the first inning. First pitch breaking ball there, missed high. And there's some good two-seam run on his fastball. I know you mentioned he throws in the low 80s, does Tabor, but it's all about movement and command, especially for someone throwing on the left-hand side. As I saw a TikTok, I think you'd appreciate this, Ray, being a baseball fan, where it was a right-hand pitcher, and he throws, and then it cuts to a scout looking at a radar gun. The radar gun reads 94, and the scout goes, shakes his head. Then there's a left-hand pitcher. He throws. The clock reads 79 miles per hour, and the scout, who's wearing sunglasses, looks at the radar gun, takes his sunglasses off, and then makes a phone call as if he's calling a couple of his buddies, So there's that little lefty versus righty bias because left-hand pitchers are so rare at any level.
I want to find the baseball TikTok subculture that apparently exists because I feel like I've been missing out. If I didn't see that, what else have I missed about baseball?
Well, I'm not even on TikTok, so I don't know how I saw that. Probably was on Instagram. His first pitch to Walsh is cut on and missed. But I saw that, and I thought that was pretty funny. Very relatable.
It's very true.
It's just hard to find quality left-hand pitching. As the 1-0 serve to center field, and that's going to get over the head of the center fielder, down for a base knock. Rounding third and heading home is Lucier, who's in standing up with the 3rd run of the ball game for Massachusetts. So it's an RBI double for Carson Walsh. Lucier in with the run. And that sets up Andrew Manning with a runner in scoring position and 2 gone here in the bottom of the 4th.
It's that 2-out walk. Got the first 2 batters out rather quickly, a good strikeout, and then a fly out to left, and then lost control with Lucier, and now in a situation where a runner in scoring position with 2 outs and already given up a run, you're going to see really how Tabor can bear down right here.
Manning steps in 0 for 1 with a strikeout. It's a lefty-on-lefty matchup, but an RBI chance with a runner at second. Ooh, good cut there by Manning. And our producer, Sean Kelly, for a second forgot we have 3 protective screens in front of us. Thought that was coming right back to us here behind home plate. I understand. You just see a ball deflected that quickly back towards you. It's a knee-jerk reaction. It's the body trying to save itself.
I was more scared when I saw Sean get scared. When Sean says there's a problem, I think there's a problem. So when I saw him move suddenly, I was worried.
The iron-skinned Sean Kelly. Rare to see him flinch as this is waved at by Manning for strike 3 and the final out of the inning. But a run comes home in the inning. 1 run, 1 hit, no errors, 1 man left on. We head to the top of the 5th. Massachusetts ahead 3-2. Dominic Patrizzi will lead off here in the top of the 5th inning. Already has a single in the ball game. Chris Markowitz alongside Ray Dunn here at Stern Family Field. It's our 5th game out of 6 for this tournament, run by Prep Baseball Report. The Northeast Future Games, as this is bounced low for a ball. And what an event this has been, Ray. We are in inning number 41 out of, I'm just trying to do the math, have this correct here.
Hashtag Math with Markowitz.
Math
join,
with
join the conversation.
I'm sorry, as this is tapped to third. Throw across the diamond is not in time. Patrizzi reaches with an infield single, so he's 2 for 2 on the day. And for whatever reason, I don't know why I thought it would be less than 50, but we did 36 innings yesterday. We got 9 here. This will be 45 when this game is completed, and then got 9 more after this. So it's a 54-inning 2-day slate for us.
54 innings in 36 hours.
Not bad.
Not bad at all.
First pitch into Pokrovsky misses low. Jarrett Pokrovsky reached on an error in his first plate appearance. Patrizzi with a short lead. The 1-0, tap foul.
When it comes to Pokrovsky, you're just looking for that violent swing through the zone, real strong getting through, quick hands.
Rose staring in, checks on Patrizzi at first. Now he comes set. The delivery hit in the air to center field, but retired for an out as a nice track job out in center by Toomey. Able to track that down for out number 1.
Quick first step back and making it look easy out there.
So with 1 gone and Patrizzi on first, Ryan Weingartner steps in. Weingartner bounced into a double play to end the first inning in his only at bat here today.
See a little bit of everything from Weingartner. Saw him on the mound yesterday. Playing middle infield so far.
Runner goes. In for a strike, throw down not in time, and Patrizzi swipes the bag at second. So Dominic Patrizzi having a quality day. He's got 2 hits and now a stolen base to add to his resume.
Quality 3-hole hitter.
0-2 count at the plate now after the stolen base. On deck for Team Select is DJ Newman as Rose steps off the rubber.
Newman had the double in his first AB back in the 2nd inning. Came around to score.
The 0-2 offering. In for a called strike 3. Weingartner frozen. So 2 gone now in the inning. DJ Newman strolls to the box. Newman hit a double to lead off the 2nd inning for Team Select and eventually came around to score. It was brought in on a sac fly by Kyle Neary. So he's got a 2-out RBI chance now with Patrizzi at second, as that's in for a called strike. 2-out hitting with runners in scoring position. One of the more important facets of the offensive game. The 0-1, outside.
And as he's peppering the outside part of the plate, right here, if I'm Newman, I'm just looking to poke one through that giant hole they're giving you between first and second as they try and keep Patrizzi on.
The 1-1. Tap to the hole. Diving stop, but not going to get him as a throw across the diamond now, not in time. It was a nice snag by the second baseman, Scott, to stop the roller. But Zachary Scott could not get to his feet in time to flip it to first and get DJ Newman out. So that sets up Team Select with runners on the corners, and Landon Beetleshires steps into the box. He singled in his first at bat. Also has pitched 3 innings today, as that offering's in for a strike.
Good piece of hitting there by Newman to get himself on. He's got a pretty quick 60. 2 outs, you might not want to take the bat out of Beetleshire's hands, but could take off.
Healthy lead at first. Stays. Well, it's a 2-out first and third opportunity, so if this was a normal high school game, you might see a runner break and then stop halfway, but in a showcase atmosphere, you want to give all your hitters the opportunity to get the bat off their shoulder. Rose staring in, checks at first. Now he comes set. The 1-2 offering misses high. That clocked at 82 miles an hour, so Rose consistently around 81, 82 here this morning. Deuces are up, 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. The delivery low as the runner breaks and is in safely at second with the steal. So Newman with a good break. Runners on second and third now for Beetleshires. 2 ducks out on the pond. Does he have the bread to feed them? Taps it to second. And it doesn't look like he does, as that is the final out of the inning. So 2 hits in the inning for Team Select, but they don't come to fruition as the runners are stranded at second and third. We'll head to the top of the 6th. It's a 3-2 lead for Massachusetts. Bottom of the 5th inning. Allow me to correct myself, as I said we were headed to the top of the 6th at the end of the last half of the frame. Charlie Walker to lead off for Massachusetts. He waves through a first pitch low. Chris Markowitz alongside Ray Dunn here for BFA Productions. It's a 3-2 lead for Massachusetts. The 0-1 tapped softly. The throw over to first in time from Tabor, so a good job of fielding his position on the play.
Glad we get to see this second inning of Tabor. Got through the first two batters of the last inning pretty easily and then just ran into a bit of trouble after that 2-out walk. Allowed the double. Allowed run to come in to score.
Lefty on lefty matchup now as Sean Stevenson steps in. Struck out in his first at-bat. Stevenson with a tall stance. He has a wide stride when he gets his momentum going forward. The 1-1 hit softly to short, fielded and fired across the diamond for out number 2.
Good work here in this inning. Just keep it low in the zone. Back-to-back hitters there. We're just getting them to roll over.
2 gone now. That sets up Drew Renzella with nobody on. And 2 quick outs for Massachusetts, so perhaps Renzella will show a little more patience in this at-bat as he takes that pitch low for a ball. Tabor winds and fires, catches the corner. That clocks in at 79 miles an hour. Slightly narrow stance for Renzella at the plate. Has that left foot about 2 or 3 inches closer to home than his back foot.
He doesn't really open up much. He doesn't give much of a big step.
Fouls back the 81-mile-an-hour fastball. Count runs even at 2. Yeah, not the longest stride in his swing for Renzella, but he gets the front foot down quickly. So he's straight to the ball. The 2-2. Hit high in the air to center field. And settling underneath it for the out. Out there in center is Kyle Neary. So a quick 1-2-3 inning. Nice job by Tabor. We'll go to the top of the 6th. Massachusetts lead 3-2. Peyton Rose back on the hill for Massachusetts for his 3rd inning of work. His first pitch of the top of the 6th is chopped to third. The throw across the diamond is in time to get Kyle Neary for out number 1. So Rose has looked solid since coming into this game out of the pen. Yet to allow a run in his relief appearance. Brody Keniston at the plate now.
Got himself into that situation last inning, been able to work himself out of it. Hitter's really been rolling over the ball. He's induced 4 groundouts so far.
Talk about groundouts. Keniston bounced into a 4-6-3 double play in his first and only at bat today. Rose, a tall and intimidating right-hander. Winds and fires the 1-1. Misses outside. And Rose, a youngster, just going into his junior year. Throws in the low 80s, so perhaps if he could add a little bit more weight to that frame, grow into that body, he can be hitting the low 80s by the time he's a senior headed towards college.
It's encouraging for him. We mentioned yesterday these taller pitchers, especially at a young age, they tend to struggle high up in the zone. He really comes downhill. He's really able to get the ball down into the zone. He hasn't struggled as much with being up high.
It's all about core strength, medicine ball work as the 2-2's chopped to third. Stevenson fires across the diamond, and it's picked up at first. Nice snag by Justin Kolpak on the receiving end for the second out of the inning.
Inducing another ground out there. Stevenson a little busy to start this inning.
2 gone now in the frame. Matthew Bellavine steps in. He flew out to right in his only at bat back in the third inning. Breaking ball misses low. This game with on and off light rain throughout as Bellavine hits a tapper up the middle, and that squeaks through for a 2-out knock. Solid piece of hitting, kept his hands through that pitch, sent it right back through the hole, right up the middle, and that's classic baseball right there. Something that the purists enjoy, nothing like a single up the middle.
Nothing like a little slap hit right up the middle. Gotta love it.
Healthy lead for Bellavine at first. Procopio in at the plate now. He taps the first pitch to third. Stevenson across the diamond for the third time in the inning. 3 assists for Sean Stevenson. As we end the frame, no runs come in. We will head to the bottom of the 6th. Massachusetts coming to bat with a 3-2 lead. New pitcher on the rubber for Team Select to start The bottom of the 6th is Ryan Weingartner. And we saw Weingartner throw yesterday, so the rubber arm pitched a couple solid innings, and he's back on the mound here today.
Yesterday, I got 2 innings out of Weingartner, 3 strikeouts, 2 walks, and a hit without allowing a run.
First batter he'll face is Thomas White. White 0 for 1 with a ground out to second in his only at bat. The 1-0 misses high. So the final line for Tabor, he goes 2 innings, gives up 1 run on 1 hit, 2 strikeouts, and 1 walk. 2-0 is a breaking ball that catches the corner. Weingartner has a lot of confidence in that curveball. The 2-1, another bender, but this one misses low.
That's a good sign. If you can confidently go in there down 2 pitches in an at-bat and throw that breaker for a strike, you're in a good place with your command and really your confidence as a pitcher.
But he doesn't throw the fastball for a strike in the 3-1 count, so that sets up Thomas White at first with a lead-off walk. James Agapitas strolls to the box. 0 for 1 on the day. He was called out looking at strike 3 in the 3rd inning. White with a short lead at first. Big shout out to our crew, especially those who are working cameras outside today in a on and off downpour. It hasn't been too tough of a rain, but nonetheless, never want to be out there for too long in the mist. So
there's a couple minutes I was scared for him as it was coming down. Worried they were going to be soaked.
Long hold from Weingartner. His 1-1 misses outside.
Hopefully they got a good tan yesterday in.
Yesterday was the day to be working on those rays. All clouds today. Not a peak of sun as this is a wave through by Agapitas. Count runs even at 2. Low 80s on the fastball from Weingartner.
Bit below where it usually ticks. Might just be the back-to-back days of pitching.
The 2-2 fouled straight back. Man, Sean Kelly, can't see him obviously, but another flinch here in our booth.
I'm telling you, I get
starting
scared.
to worry about you, Sean.
He backed up, and I started back up again. I get worried when Sean gets worried. Today I even have the
we got a lot of
plexiglass
we
in
have a
front
lot
of
of fail safes. You know, investment, you hear the term diversifying your funds. We have 3 nets. We're diversifying our safety as that's wave through for strike 3. One gone now in the inning. Jack Goodman strolls in. He tripled in his first at bat. Came around to score on a sacrifice fly. That was the first run of the ball game for Massachusetts.
And he hit that ball really hard and got out of the box really quick. Stood up in the 3rd on that triple.
Well, he did benefit from the center fielder diving and missing as the 1-0 is waved through.
It was a very tough play for the center fielder.
It was a hard-hit diving line drive, or sinking line drive, I should say, as the 1-1's fouled back. That clocked in at 85 miles an hour, so Weingartner getting the arm loose, starting to find his rhythm here. Bounces the 1-2. White with no effort to go to second there. And for those watching at home, looking at the TrackMan, If Weingartner throws 84.7, I'm rounding up as the 2-2 is popped up to right and caught for the second out of the inning.
TrackMan itself is such an added benefit to have. Just being able to look at that and really be able to dissect all the different pieces of how a pitcher is performing.
Yeah, I can't remember ever seeing spin rate consistently. I don't even think I've seen spin rate as often as I have today watching Major League Baseball games. And I worked at MLB Network as the 1-0 misses outside.
Big data in baseball. Marriage like no other.
It only makes sense. Meanwhile, the 1-0 to Mexico misses down and in. Sebastian Mexico was hit by a pitch in the third inning and came across to score. Two O's in for a strike.
Got a considerable wind blowing in.
That misses low. Count runs to 3-1. Yeah, strong wind coming in from left center field. We felt the breeze like that yesterday. And now our producer Sean Kelly telling me the count is 2-2. I trust him as that's cut through a mist, and I am a fool for trusting you, Sean, as that was a 3-1 count. We could laugh about that one later. The 3-2, I don't think White realized it was a full count as he did not go initially. Pitch fell straight back. Look, Thomas White, known for throwing 94 miles an hour, not being scouted for his base running. The 3-2 again served down the line, and White still just taking a secondary lead. So I'm wondering if we have this right. I'm fairly confident it's a 3-2 count.
I'm with you on that. I'm fairly confident.
The scoreboard
with you as well.
here at Stern Field, Family Field, says 3-2. And now White does go.
I think he was just tipped off to it late. More used to being on the bump than being on the bases.
It's so underrated in the game of baseball to know how many balls, how many strikes, and how many outs there are. As this bounces low for ball 4. Mexico on for the second time today without having to put the ball in play. And with 2 gone, baby Gronk steps up. Mark Willie had a sacrifice fly in his first at-bat to plate the first run of the game for Massachusetts. First pitch to him, misses low.
I think he'd be on the short list of players I want to see barrel a ball while we're here.
Well, skies this one. Left center field. Going back. See ya! Baby Gronk. Gonna come all the way around to touch home plate. Hand it off to him, fellas. No one's stopping that man. Mark Willie with a 3-run jack. Lead up to 4 for Massachusetts.
Well, I got my wish. Took all of about 5 seconds for me to wish that, put that thought into the universe and have it respond. But there you go. The pure strength on display, getting his hands through the zone there and just flying that one well out into left center. A great piece of hitting there by Willie.
Well, you called it, Ray Dunn. Nice to see him get a hold of one. Taking advantage of this shallow power alley here at Stern Family Field. Just 344 to both gaps. The 1-0. Catches the corner to Bolin. Jake Bolin had a hit in his only at-bat today, back in the third. Then he stole second base. finds himself behind in the count, 1-2. 2 home runs in this ball game, one off the bat of Drew Cron for Team Select to lead it off. Then a few moments ago we saw Mark Willie play long ball. And for the Massachusetts fans listening to this one at home, used to hearing their color announcer Dennis Eckersley say he went bridge on that one. The 2-2 hit on the ground at third, bobbled. Bolin hustling down the line, but he is thrown out just in time for the final out of the inning. So 3 runs home on the dinger for Mark Willie. We head to the 7th. Massachusetts ahead 6-2. Ryan Cloutier into the game now for Massachusetts here in the top of the 7th inning to relieve Peyton Rose. His first pitch misses outside to Bryce Zaccaro. The 1-0 is a bender that catches the inside corner. So Rose's day is done, but he pitched a solid 3 innings without surrendering a run.
Final line for him is going to read 3 innings, no runs.
As Zaccaro laces one on the ground for a hit. The first hit that we've seen him pick up in this tournament, and that's got to feel good for Zaccaro, who's had a smile on his face the last 2 days regardless.
Been fun to watch. Zaccaro back to the line for Rose. 3 innings pitched, no runs, 4 hits, 2 strikeouts, and no walks. Kept the ball around the zone, generated a lot of soft contact on the ground.
Nobody out. Zaccaro on first. Jackson Cook at the plate. Cook walked in his first and only plate appearance back in the 3rd inning. The 1-0 wave through. Looks like Cloutier took something off there. Perhaps that pitch had a little more spin on it, clocked at 81 miles an hour. The 1-1 gets the call. 85-mile-an-hour fastball at the knees.
And that's about what you're looking for. It's fastball mid-80s, topping out 85, 86.
Now Cloutier steps off. Zaccaro basically stapled to the bag at first. The 1-2 misses out. Two-two. On deck for Team Select is Dax Heilman. Cloutier comes set. His payoff misses outside. So the first two batters in the inning have reached for Team Select. Sets up Dax Heilman with runners on first and second and nobody gone.
How about Jackson Cook last 2 days? Haven't seen much of the lumber because he's walked 4 times. Really, really patient, working deep counts against these pitchers.
Takes a lot of patience, especially at a showcase like this where you want to show coaches and scouts what you could do with the bat. But nonetheless, it's important to have quality at bats. That's the most important factor to hitting. Ted Williams wrote a book, The Science of Hitting, as the 1-0 to Dax Heilman is waved through. And most of it, it's not talking about how great his swing was or how great his vision was. It was about understanding what pitches I want to swing at, right? If it's a 1-0, 2-0 count and I'm getting a fastball, I don't have to swing if it's not in the zone I prefer. The pitcher has to get 2 more pitches by me. So if he has 3 strikes he has to get by me, I'm going to wait at least until 2 strikes to find one in a zone that I like. When I get to 2 strikes, then I'll protect. As the 1-2 bends back in for a called strike 3 to Heilman for the first out of the inning.
That's something Cloutier's been working on. He's been trying to find that breaking pitch, get some sort of shape to it right there. Good job freezing Heilman on that one.
So with 1 gone and runners on first and second, Matthew Thompson digs in. Slightly open stance for the right-hand batter. He takes a first pitch strike. Thompson grounded out to short back in the 4th inning. That's his only at-bat today. The 0-1. One pitch is ripped to left, and that's down for a single. Zaccaro rounds third, headed to the plate, and he's in standing up. Great hustle there by the big fella Bryce Zaccaro to score from second base. Counted as an RBI for Matthew Thompson. 3rd run of the ball game for Team Select.
Little lackadaisical approach there from part of Massachusetts getting that ball, and I don't know if they didn't expect Zaccaro to try and take that extra base to score, but they had no concern on him rounding third.
So runners on first and second again after the singles. Plates Zaccaro. And now Joey Current with an RBI chance. He looks at a first pitch fastball outside. Current 0 for 1 on the day with a bounce out to short. The 1-0 misses low. Light drizzle here at Stern Family Field as the 2-0 is in the turf. Good work behind the plate by Jake Bolin to keep it in front.
Giving him the green light here?
I don't know. Current hasn't been swinging the bat too well here the last 2 days. I think it's the wise decision to let him take one there.
I would agree with you on that. And I think that was what the call was there.
Well, it's a 3-1 count, so still hitter's advantage as Current gets all of that one, hits it off the glove of the third baseman. Runner at second didn't see it, dove back into second, did Jackson Cook. He thought that was squeezed down the line at third. It popped out of the glove of Massachusetts third baseman. That was Charlie Walker, but quick recovery, was able to just easily step on the base at third to get the lead runner Cook. So it's the same situation, first and second, 2 out though for Drew Cron.
Pretty good morning for him so far.
He homered to lead things off for Team Select and then singled in the 4th, stole a base. And has a 1-0 count now with 2 runners on. As that's a high strike call. Apologies to Drew Cron and his family, as we unfortunately were not live for that solo jack. But it was a solid piece of hitting. I'd say that we've seen 5 home runs the last 2 days. That was probably the furthest hit ball we've seen at this showcase.
And it was so well hit. It was one of those where it wasn't that just kept carrying. You knew right off the bat that thing's flying and flying far.
The 2-1 offering hit high to left center field. Did he get another? Back at the wall. And I'll tell you what, didn't get the first one on recording. It doesn't matter. Drew Cron with home run number 2, giving his family back at home something to watch. What a day for Drew Cron. 3 for 3 with 2 homers and 4 RBIs. And that ties the ball game at 6. Drew Cron putting Team Select on his back here this morning.
I mean, the hitting there, there's the piece of hitting there. Once again, quick through the zone, gets to the plane of the ball, and lofts it into left center. Good work on his part.
And I think, I'm not 100% sure, I think it was his father came in to ask us if we got the first home run. And I was so sad to tell him, unfortunately, we didn't have the internet working at that point. But I'll tell you what, Mr. Cron, we got that one. We got that one. And you have a highlight to watch on the ride back home, as it's a 2-0 count now at the plate to Ashton Crowell. The pitch misses high. Crowell 0 for 2 on the day with a strikeout, looking and swinging.
I mean, just looking at the stretch of 2 days Cron has had, getting on base consistently, swiping bags, displaying the power, showing off his range in the outfield. If we're talking stocks here, on the rise, most certainly.
4-pitch walk for Crowell. He's on at first with 2 gone, and Dominic Patrizi steps in 2 for 2 on the day with 2 singles. Pitch misses low. Going down to second is Crowell. Throw not in time. Crowell looked like he lost his footing about 20 feet shy of the bag, but was somehow able to stay on balance and time his slide perfectly.
Barely getting himself in there in front of the tag.
RBI chance for Patrizi, as it's a 2-0 count now. Fastball misses high.
6 straight balls here with 2 outs and a runner on. This might be the time where you go out and talk to your pitcher.
Patrizi lays off the 2-0 offering. Gets the call in the outside corner. We're knotted at 6 thanks to a 4-run top of the 7th for Team Select. Runner goes from second. Hit and run was on, but Patrizi couldn't put it in fair territory, as the on-deck batter, Jarrett Pekowski, with a smile on his face, as that foul ball nearly struck him.
He's strolling back. He has no interest being anywhere near where he was swinging.
The 2-2 lined to center and through for a hit. A 3 for 3 day for Patrizi. And it's going to be an RBI as Crowell comes home. I'll tell you what, Drew Cron with a 3 for 3 day and 2 homers, clearly having the best outing. But right behind him today is Dominic Patrizi, who's got 3 singles and an RBI now.
He's advancing over there a second on that throw that was not properly cut off. Well, no, I shouldn't say properly cut off. Missed the cutoff man on that.
So Patrizi in scoring position, a 7-6 lead for Team Select. It's the first time they've led since the 2nd inning. And up at bat is Jarrett Pekowski, who lines one to center, but a nice diving snag at short. The ball dropped, and Pekowski able to reach, so that's a tough play to score. Scott at shortstop made a diving effort, couldn't haul it in, and I think that that's probably going to be scored a single.
I was waiting for your lead on that one.
I'm not sure. It is a diving play up the middle that he lost as he hit the ground. I don't know. What are your thoughts on that?
I mean, it's a diving play. You're not really banking on him to make that play. Just the way you called it. I mean, you were prepared for that one to be center.
Now a fly ball to center field off the bat of Weingartner. This hits the base of the wall. 1 run comes home. The trail runner around third and in safely as Pokrovsky crosses the plate. 2 runs in on the RBI. Lead up to 3 now for Select. A 7-run top of the 7th. An RBI double for Ryan Weingartner. 2 RBIs on the play as it scored both Patrizzi from second and Pokrovsky from first. What an inning here from Team Select.
Now you got DJ Newman, who's swinging a hot bat, already 2 for 2.
You mentioned Newman 2 for 2 with a double and a single. Also has a stolen base. Skies the 0-1 offering foul and out of play down the first base line. The 0-2. Tap foul. We'll do it all again. Now, just waiting for the ball to come in down the left field line as it got trapped in the corner. Got one more game on tap for you after this one. This is game 5 of 6 that we are covering. The last game we'll have is Team Connecticut taking on Team Michigan at 12:30 Eastern Standard Time. As that 0-2 offering misses high.
Team Connecticut and Team Select were like our teams here. I think we saw them all 3 times for their games in the showcase. Locked in on Stern Family Field.
Yeah, this is our 3rd game following Team Select, and that will be our 3rd Team Connecticut game at 12:30. And there's a good battle here by Newman to foul a couple pitches off and stay alive.
Chance to see Massachusetts twice. We got them in the early slot both times.
This tap to third, and it rolls foul. The 1-2 again, hit in the air to center. And that is going to get down for another base knock. The 8th run of the inning comes home to score as Weingartner stands heading into home. It's a double for DJ Newman, his 2nd of the ball game, and that's going to wrap up the inning. Team Select deciding to head back into the dugout with an 8 spot on the board. We head to the bottom of the 7th. Select ahead 10-6. Matthew Bellavoine onto the mound now for Team Select here in the bottom of the 7th. And he is following up an 8 spot that his offense was able to put on the board in the top half of the inning. A solid display of offense. Extra base knock after extra base knock. The first pitch from Bellavoine is right by Zachary Scott for strike 1. Scott on the day 0 for 1 with a strikeout. Chris Markowitz alongside Ray Dunn as this is tapped softly to second. The throw to first is in time for out number 1. And Ray, the bats for Team Select yesterday, relatively quiet, but they were awake this morning. And perhaps it's that early startup time that played to their advantage, showing off what they could do with that 8 spot in the 7th.
I think it's just some more live game action. They get more live at bats, more comfortable at the plate.
Justin Kolpak now in the box, swings through the first offering. Kolpak grounded into a 6-4 fielder's choice back in the 3rd inning. The 0-1 skips in the dirt.
What a stretch of 2 half innings with the top of the 7th and the bottom of the 6th. You got the Mark Willie 3-run shot in the bottom of the 6th, and then that display just put on by Team Select.
1-1 fouled straight back out of the glove.
And with Bellavoine coming on, that ends Ryan Weingartner's day. 1 inning pitched, and that 3-run shot looming large is the 3 runs, the only hit he allowed. Strikeout and 2 walks.
The 1-2, caught on and missed. Big hack there by Kolpak, but he comes up empty and is tagged out for out number 2 on the drop third strike. So with 2 gone, Jack Toomey comes up 0 for 1 with a strikeout swinging. You mentioned Weingartner, so he pitched in the bottom half of the 6th, but offensively, Ryan Weingartner had a double back in the top half of this inning and an RBI, and then he came across the score, so didn't get it done the way he wanted to on the mound, but made up for it with the bat.
Worth mentioning, 2 innings to scoreless ball yesterday. So
Obviously fatigued in his appearance today. 1-1 count now to Jack Toomey. A lot of confidence on the mound for Bellavoine, working with a 4-run lead. And at this point, a late lead. As a pitcher, you just want to put the ball in the zone, give your fielders an opportunity to make some plays. The last thing you want is walks in this situation. Just let the hitters put the ball in play, trust your defense to come up with the stops. Bellavoine winds his 1-2, caught on and missed. And that will end the inning. A quick 1-2-3, 2 strikeouts swinging for Bellavoine. We head to the top of the 8th. Team Select ahead 10-6. Ryan Cloutier back on the mound for his second inning of work. Chris Markowitz alongside Ray Dunn, and Ray, a tough first inning in relief as he gave up an 8 spot to Team Select. Their bats came alive as Landon Beetleshise fouls off the 1-0 offering.
Beetleshise just cleared out batting practice down there for, I believe Team Connecticut hit that one into the cages.
Beetleshise 1 for 2 on the day as he fouls another one back towards the batting cages here at Stern Family Field. The 1-2 offering, another foul ball. Beetleshise started this game on the mound. Another 1-2 from Cloutier, and he misses high. So let's see the resiliency from Ryan Cloutier, being able to bounce back from that tough top of the 7th. He gets a strikeout to start the 8th, so that's a good start. Good location and command of his pitches there. 1 gone. That brings up Kyle Nearai. Nearai 0 for 1 as he had a sac fly back in the second inning. Bounced out the third in the 6th. It's a 1-0 count to him after the first pitch misses high.
From Cloutier at this point, you're just looking for him to get himself back up to where he's established himself. You know, that low to mid-80s fastball, just pound the zone. And he took a little bit off on that strikeout he just recorded for Beetleshise. It looked like a changeup. I like the changeup for him. I think it's a solid second pitch for him. So keep rolling with that.
2-1 tap to short. It's fielded over there by Stevens and sent over for the second out of the inning. I said Stevens. Correct. Let me correct myself. That's Stevenson. Oh, excuse me. That's Carson Walsh over at shortstop. I don't know why I had Sean Stevenson on my card playing the 6th spot in the infield. 2 gone now. Brody Keniston in at the plate. Takes the first pitch for a called strike. Keniston on the day, 0 for 2. Grounded into a double play back in the 2nd and grounded out to 3rd back in the 6th. Pops up the 0-1 offering. Ball in play, and a nice job there by Ryan Cloutier fielding his position, catching the pop-up for the final out of the inning. So Cloutier bounces back from a tough top of the 7th, gets Team Select 1, 2, 3 in the 8th. We go to the bottom half of the frame. Massachusetts coming to bat, down by 4. Jesse Spector, the new hurler, in relief for Team Select here in the bottom of the 8th. Chris Markowitz alongside Ray Dunn here for BFA Productions. And we saw Spector pitch yesterday. Had a solid couple of innings. His first pitch of the day is fouled straight back off the bat of Kyle Levine.
Quick day of work for Bellevine before Spector in last inning. Perfect inning, 2 strikeouts.
The 0-1, fouled back again. Levine on the day, 1 for 2. He singled in the first, got caught stealing, trying to come home with a runner, with runners on first and third. He was the runner on third base. Was picked off on his way home, and then he flew out to left in the 4th. 0-2 from Spector, misses high.
And with Jesse Spector, what you're looking for? He's got a strong fastball. He'll sit mid to high 80s. Some good work on his breaking pitches, especially that slider.
1-2. Sun starting to poke through here in Du Bois, Pennsylvania. First sign of sunshine all day, as that's in for strike 3. Levine caught staring.
Dialing it up there for Spector. Pounding the zone. Not messing around with that 2-2 count.
1 gone, Matthew Lussier steps in. He was hit by a pitch in the first inning, and he walked in the second, so hasn't had a chance to get the bat off his shoulder today. Remains patient as he lays off the first pitch fastball off the plate. 1-0 from Spector. Clocked at 85, but it's outside the zone. And is it Lussier who you told me earlier had 2 walks as well yesterday?
That would be Jackson Cook.
2-0 is hit up the middle and through for a base knock. So the patience of Matthew Lussier is rewarded. Yeah, I just wanted to make sure. I knew it was a left-hand batter who had, for 2 consecutive days, not had a chance to swing due to walks and hit by pitches. Well, for Lussier, he had to wait all day until that opportunity, but makes it worth his while as he has a single. He's on at first with 1 out. Carson Walsh steps in. Walsh on the day. 1 for 2. He flew out to right field in the first inning. Doubled back in the 4th. Massachusetts trails 10-6. The 0-1 swung through.
As I appreciate everyone's shoe game, I can't help but notice the difference between the spikes and the sneakers over the last 2 days with the artificial turf.
Walsh stares at strike 3. So 2 strikeouts in the inning for Spector, both catching batters looking. And with 2 gone and a runner on first, Andrew Manning strolls to the plate, 0 for 2 with 2 strikeouts, both swinging. Spector checks the runner at first, comes set, fires home, misses low.
Good work, Spector getting 2 hitters looking, but getting back to that about the spikes versus shoes. I'm a sneakers guy on the turf. I don't know about you.
I like rubber cleats on turf. They're allowed. Why not take advantage of the traction?
Fair
I
enough.
always hated wearing shoes on turf. Not a fan. But rubber spikes, metal spikes obviously you can't on
Right.
turf. I think with rubber it depends on the facility. Oftentimes you're allowed to wear rubber cleats, so I would always make sure I had a pair in any season I played, middle school or high school. 2-1 count at the plate, meanwhile. Traction is so key. It really makes a difference.
I don't know. I always felt just more comfortable in the sneakers. I feel like one of
Runner
those things-
goes, throw down, not in time as it deflects off the back of Matthew Lussier, and he's going to scamper to third. So Lussier making something happen with his feet. Wonder if he's wearing cleats or shoes. Looks like it's rubber spikes for him.
Believe that is the case.
Trying to manufacture a run. Those all-white New Balances. Nice fashion as the 3-1 bounces low. Gets away from the catcher, and Lussier going to come home. So the rubber cleats paying off. I'm telling you, Ray. Runner comes home from third on the wild pitch or pass ball, however you want to score it. It's a 10-7 lead now for Team Select. And Andrew Manning on first base with a healthy lead. Charlie Walker at the plate. Walker 1 for 2 on the day with a single and a ground out to the pitcher. Runner goes. Pitch outside. The throw in time. A great shoot down to second. Kyle Levine with the throw. And that will end the inning. So 1 run comes home thanks to Matthew Lussier. We head to the top of the 9th. Team Select with a 3-run lead coming to bat. A quick correction as we head to the top of the 9th. Just want to make sure. I accidentally read off Kyle Levine's name as the catcher making the throw down to second to end the 8th. That was Jackson Cook. I was looking at the wrong depth chart. As obviously, Kyle Levine being on Massachusetts roster can't throw out one of his teammates. So thank you, Ray, for pointing out that mistake to me. As new arm on the mound for Massachusetts is Charlie Walker. Gets a first pitch strike on the board to Matthew Bellavoine. Now, Walker not listed as one of the pitchers for this Massachusetts roster, so you have to wonder if the 8-run inning in the 7th factored in, Massachusetts having to throw out an extra arm. Walker with a hesitation in his delivery and gets Bellavoine swinging through it. Some crafty work by Charlie Walker.
Love it. Just getting creative with it, and I don't know how much pitching he does, but savvy there to switch things up right away.
1 gone. That brings up Matthew Procopio, 0 for 1 with a walk. And Walker not exactly bringing the heat, but he's got some interesting break on his pitches. The 0-1. misses low. One from Walker. Swung through and missed. Clocked in at 68. So the slow stuff fooling the hitters for Team Select. One, two, tap softly down the line at third, barehanded, but foul.
Flashiness there for Stevenson over there at third with the bare hand on the foul ball.
Yes. Is that Steve? Yeah, that is Stevenson down the line. Another 1-2 at the plate. Fouled back. So in the bottom half of the ninth for Massachusetts, it will be Stevenson, Renzella, and White. As staring at strike three is Matthew Procopio. Walker with 2 strikeouts against the first 2 batters he's faced.
We're going to get one final look at our guy, the fun maker himself.
Bryce Zaccaro, who singled in his last at-bat. It was his first hit of the tournament, at least from what we've seen. And I'm going to miss seeing this kid. Puts a smile on your face. The 1-0 misses low. Zaccaro with a closed stance. His left foot about 4 or 5 inches in front of his right foot. Gets into that one and rips it foul down the line. Narrowly missing an extra base knock, and he's not too pleased with that. He knows he had a chance there to put on his track shoes and try to leg one out for a double.
He showed some sneaky speed, scoring earlier.
2-1 wave through. He's having fun out there. Gotta love it. No batting glove on his right hand. Goes with the batting glove on his left. Cuts on and misses the 2-2 offering, and that will end the inning. So Charlie Walker strikes out the side. We head to the bottom of the ninth. Massachusetts trails by 3. Last licks for them. A new arm on the hill for Team Select in a safe situation. And it's our guy, Bryce Zaccaro. Zaccaro struck out to end the offensive side of the inning for Team Select, but now he's on the mound facing Charlie Walker, trying to preserve a 10-7 lead for Team Select. Zaccaro winds, fires, and misses with a first pitch breaking ball. Walker on the day offensively. 1 for 2. He singled in the second. Grounded out to the pitcher in the fifth. 1-0 from Zaccaro. Skied to right. Could be trouble down the line, but instead it is caught. Good job by DJ Newman to settle underneath it for out number 1.
Save situation due in part to a run scored in the 8th by Massachusetts. Jesse Spector on the mound for that run scored. He pitched 1 inning, struck out 2, and allowed 1 hit.
Lefty on lefty matchup now. Sean Stevenson in at the plate. Slow wind by Zaccaro. Misses upstairs. Stevenson 0 for 2 in the game. Struck out in the second. Grounded out to short in the fifth. A tall stance for Stevenson. His 1-0 pitch misses low. Light wind blowing in from left center. The 2-0 popped up. Shallow center field. And that is going to be caught by the shortstop. 2 quick outs for Zaccaro. Last chance for Team Massachusetts, and it's in the hands of Drew Renzella, who's 0 for 2 with a strikeout and a flyout to center. Zaccaro from the windup hits the bottom half of the zone for strike 1.
Zella trying to get the first hit that we've seen from him.
You got one more game on tap after this one, as the 0-1 does not get the call. This our 5th out of 6 games here for BFA Productions. After this matchup between Massachusetts and Team Select, we'll have coverage of the 12:30 battle between Team Connecticut and Team Michigan. 2-1 count after Zaccaro misses high and outside. One out away, Ray, excuse me, from being 45 innings into this one.
Baseball is a marathon, not a sprint.
The often used cliche.
Had to fit in there somehow today. Somebody at home just got bingo.
Yeah, baseball bingo. Marathon, not a sprint. Cut on and missed.
That might as well be the free space.
Is it?
Marathon,
You think
not
so?
a sprint.
Peanuts and Cracker Jacks. Didn't get that one in until just now.
Somebody
That's
got
a
their
nifty way to get it in there.
Somebody got their corner piece.
Swing, bada, bada.
That's
Are we talking play-by-play phrases or just acoustics from a game in general?
I guess it's got to be play-by-play phrases if you're doing marathon, not a sprint.
The 2-2 does not get the call. Zaccaro was walking back to Cicero, North Syracuse. But he has to stay on the mound. Payoff pitch misses high, so it's a 2-out walk for Renzella.
He's at least 5 more minutes away from home now.
Well, he's got the sun out as he's going to have a lefty-on-lefty matchup. Thomas White steps in, 0 for 1, with a walk. Healthy lead for Renzella at first, almost daring Zaccaro to try to pick him off. Instead, Zaccaro goes right at the batter, misses upstairs with an off-speed pitch.
Full circle moment for us. White kicked off everything yesterday at 9 a.m. and now down to their last out here. Massachusetts with White up to bat.
The 1-0 catches the corner. And I don't know if you could see it, but from where I'm sitting, that Marucci bat that White's holding, a white barrel, red highlights for the lettering and for the handle. It matches the uniform. That's a good look.
That is a really good look. Part of me wants to believe that he bought it with the idea of that. I know that's not true, but I want to believe that it's just a full uniform thing. He goes to bat, wants to look good at bat.
Listen, man, the style game, it's all about learning how to accentuate certain features of your dress, of your attire, and he's doing it to perfection, is White, as the 1-2 gets a generous call, and that will end the ball game. Zaccaro catches White looking for the final out. The score to end this, Team Select 10, Massachusetts 7. That'll do it for us here in game number 5 out of 6. A big thank you to our crew and to my partner, Ray Dunn. We're going to take a break. We got one more game on tap. Join us at 12:30 as Team Connecticut faces off against Team Michigan here at Stern Family Field.
Hello, everyone, and welcome into DuBois, Pennsylvania at Stern Family Field for the final game here at PBR's Northeast Future Games Showcase. It'll be Team Michigan leading it off here batting, taking on Team Connecticut. 54 outs away from completing 54 innings of baseball over the last 2 games. To my left, Chris Markowitz. I'm Ray Dunn. We're going to be taking you through this final game here on BFA Productions. Leading off for Michigan, David Lally. Getting his cuts in, 1-1 net account.
Yeah, and on the mound for Connecticut, Tyler Diedelbaum, 5'9", 175.
1-2 now to him. And for Diedelbaum, what you're looking at, it's going to max out in the high 80s fastball-wise. Got a couple of good off-speed deliveries. Now the 1-2 delivery is off the plate. Evens the count. And if he gets the chance, he's going to go up tempo. He's going to get back to the mound and get going quickly once he gets into a rhythm. Ground ball to shortstop, fielded cleanly, throw across the diamond, and there is one away.
That was a beautiful breaking ball by Diedelbaum. He aimed it at the knees. It broke back over the plate. Got Lally chasing, and he was out in front on his front foot, so he topped it, spinned it right on the ground to short for an easy 6-3.
Now coming back, Caleb Sanders. Sanders, a strong outfielder for Team Michigan. First pitch to him is outside, and this is the second time we're seeing Team Michigan, the third time we are seeing Team Connecticut here on Stern Family Field. 1-0 pitch fouled down the right field line.
Interesting contrast. Big difference between left field, which is blue skies with some bright white clouds, and then right center field, very cloudy, overcast, but the sun really starting to shine.
Sanders getting out of the way of that one. And the weather last night when we were all peeking ahead, a little bit concerning. This morning we woke up. Good look at it, and now knock on wood, it's been good so far. Here's the 2-1 pitch. Swung on and driven into right field, going back. This one's going to one-hop off the wall. Sanders around first. He's headed into second, going to slide head first. He's in with a one-out double.
Great piece of hitting there by Caleb Sanders. Got a fastball that was elevated, belt high, even a little bit higher on the outer half of the plate. And he did a great job of sitting back, waiting for it to get deep at the plate, and just sending his hands to that location. Perfect job to set up his man with an RBI chance here.
Now up to bat, Gregory Pace Jr. Led off for Michigan when we saw them yesterday. Showcase type atmosphere. You're going with leadoff whoever is after the last out in the game before. That's the way Michigan set their order. Swing and miss there for Pace.
Nice letter high fastball there from Diedelbaum. Going out of the stretch now with that runner on second. And this is where you earn your chops. It's easy to pitch out of the windup with the empty bases. Can you get out of jams?
A little outside. Two one foul back.
Healthy cut there by Pace Jr., but now with a 2-strike count, probably going to try to shore up his swing. You want to stay right center field here. Keep the hands inside. You got to protect. Just want to change the approach. A little bit more defensive, shorter swing with a 2-strike count now.
Diedelbaum kicks. Swing and a miss on the breaking ball. Struck him out. 2 outs now here in the top of the first. Diedelbaum gets Pace swinging through a breaking ball. Brandon Mann up to the plate, standing at 6'4", 210. First pitch to him. Ways outside.
Man, a solid frame. That slightly open stance. Haven't seen him get a hold of one just yet.
Runner goes. The throw down to third is bobbled away. Tough throw to handle there for the third baseman.
Great jump by Sanders at second base. Read Diedelbaum's moves. Was moving before the ball was on its way to home plate, so great read by the base runner.
Another pitch outside. And in that situation, the placement of the throw wasn't terrible, but the whole sequence of the play just didn't allow for a real clean tag and a clean grab. So with the 2-1 count, Diedelbaum likes the sign. Kicks and fires. Ground ball foul down the third base line.
Yeah, man, might have helped him out there. That pitch a bit low in the zone. Reaching down, trying to make something happen was the tall right-hand batter.
Now Deuce is up on the board. 2-2, 2 outs. Man on third for man. Fouls this one back.
An interesting note here. I just noticed this. Not sure if he changed it up with a 2-strike count, but look at Brandon Mann's front foot. He went from an open stance to a slightly closed stance, so perhaps a different approach with 2 strikes, trying to stay square to the baseball.
And now the 2-2. Low. Count full.
You see that a lot at the major league level. Guys will modify their approach, shorten up their leg kick, change their stance. It's to see the ball better.
And man draws the walk. Works a good count. Rewarded for it. Runners now at the corners as Aaron Pasecki coming to the plate.
Yeah, Aaron Piasecki with a golden opportunity. Runners on the corners. 2 out, but this is the ideal RBI situation for a batter.
Piasecki takes that first ball inside. Outside corner. Catches it there for Deidelbaum.
Good spot, outer half. Nice little fastball with some two-seam downward run. If the batter swings, it's going to be grounded up the middle.
Lined. Foul down the left field line. So now 1-2. Deidelbaum can try and mix things up with the variety of off-speed pitches he offers. Curveball, changeup, and a slider, if he so chooses.
We went there with a breaking ball. Good plate discipline by Piasecki to lay off. You see that pitch a lot from a right-hander going in on a lefty. That slider, that curveball in at the knees, usually gets a batter to wave.
And the 2-2. He's going to foul that one right off his leg.
Yeah, those are always painful. Deidelbaum sped it up, went from a curveball to a straight fastball. So it slows down the bat of Piasecki, who just gets it off the inside of the barrel, which probably hurts the hands. That's got to be a sting there. And then to hit it off your foot, that's double trouble.
The 2-2 once again. Man going to take second base as that one goes to the short backstop.
I got that as a wild pitch. Ball was low and it skipped in the turf.
You got that one correct, in my eyes.
I would certainly hope so.
At the count full, this one swung on, driven into right field, a base hit. 1 run's going to score. Here comes Man to the plate, and he is going to slide in head first. The throw never made it quite home. A 2-run single for Aaron Piasecki, and Michigan is on the board.
Piasecki with a solid at-bat was able to foul off a couple tough pitches, work the count full, and get a pitch he could square up, hit a line drive into a gap, and he's on base with a 2 RBI single.
Brody Birchmeyer coming up.
Big secondary lead there by Piasecki as he's daring the catcher for Connecticut, David McCann, to make a throw down, and now a pick-off attempt not in time.
Now the 1-0 to Birchmeyer. Fouls this one back.
That was a hit and run in action. Birchmeyer swinging as Piasecki took off. Piasecki got a great jump on the pitch. And that's probably why McCann wants to call this time out. Go talk to his pitcher real quick. He's got to, communicate to Deidelbaum that he has to do a better job of mixing in his looks. Keep that jump at first base to a minimum.
In this situation, are you a fan of sending him when you got such a strong bat, Birchmeyer, at the plate?
I think early on in this ball game, you already have a 2-0 lead. I don't mind being aggressive, especially when you have a smart, speedy runner in Piasecki at first. You know that if he gets a good jump, he's probably going to swipe that bag. And this is a trusty bat in Birchmeyer who doesn't struggle to make contact. So I'm a fan of the hit and run in this situation.
1-1. Call a strike. High and away.
Now that's the perfect pitch, though, to try to prevent the hit and run. You go up and away, the furthest spot in the zone away from the batter's hands. So if he makes contact, usually going to be a pop-up.
And the 1-2. Thinking about throwing down to first base. No play on there.
Yeah, Piasecki just being a pest on the base paths, taking a huge secondary, then sprinting back into a full dive.
It's David McCann behind the plate. And this one, check swing. He went, struck out there. That'll wrap up the top of the first inning, but not before Michigan puts 2 on the scoreboard. Michigan leads 2-0 as we head to the bottom of the first. Welcome back to Stern Family Field for the bottom of the first inning. This game between Michigan and Connecticut. Wrapping up our 6-game slate over the last 2 days on BFA Productions. David McCann digging in to lead off for Connecticut. Jacob Turner on the mound for Team Michigan. First pitch outside. For those of you that missed the top of the first, Michigan on the board early. Aaron Piasecki with a 2-run single. One out to McCann. Similar spot as the first pitch, now 2-0. Cut on a miss there by McCann, now 2-1. Turner living on that outer half, staying outside the plate. Looking at the TrackMan, similar spot on all 3 pitches. Down the left field line, way out of play.
Yeah, having that TrackMan is a huge help for us. I can't say it enough how much of a pleasure it is to be able to have that graphic for our cast here today and yesterday throughout this 2-day stretch.
Cam found that one off himself, walking around, shake it out right now.
Oof. Yeah, I've felt those before. Definitely not an aficionado when it comes to nicking the ball off my foot. Something I'm not a fan of.
He'll dig in here, toughen it out. The 2-2 now from Turner. High and outside. Count goes full.
I am enthusiastic, though, about TrackMan. That's something I do enjoy. So
Can't try to bounce back from the last game we saw him. 0 through 3 strikeouts. This one fouled back. Working a good count here to start this game. He's done a really good job behind the plate from what we saw in the first 2 games from Connecticut. 3-2. Just keeps on battling.
I'm a big fan of his pop time.
Digging again for another 3-2 offering from Turner. Swing and a miss struck him out. 1 away now here in the bottom half of the first. Michael Anculari coming to bat. Saw that breaking pitch head towards Stone, just fouls it off down the right field line.
That was a nasty bender. I don't know how Anculari was able to get contact on that late. He was totally fooled and off balance.
Firing his hands at that. Sees another breaking ball. Turner coming right back at him. Seeing how confused he was the first time. 0-2. Anculari, in the last game we saw him, 0-2 with a walk and an RBI.
Well, that's a great mix-up there. You know that Anculari's off balance after seeing back-to-back curveballs, so then you go upstairs to try to fool him, get him to swing through an elevated fastball.
86 miles per hour on that. And Anculari's going to go down looking. Called third strike. Back-to-back strikeouts to start this one for Turner.
Froze him with the fastball in on the hands, and that's how the curveball can accentuate your four-seamer. It speeds it up if you can get it over the zone early in the count.
First pitch strike to John Heitzman. Heitzman 2 for 2 with a walk and an RBI. Connecticut's most recent game. Now the 0-1 to him. Shot back up at the middle, goes off the umpire.
Oh.
And Heitzman's going to feel the pain of that. He's out at first base. The ump gets a bit of an assist on that one.
Can we call it 0-1-3?
0-1-3 in your scorebooks at home. 2-0 after 1. A 1-2-3 inning for Turner to start this one. Michigan leads and is coming to bat. Top of the second inning about to get going here. Alfredo Velasquez going to lead it off for Michigan. And Trey Teitelbaum still on the mound for Connecticut. 2 runs in the top of the first for Michigan, giving them the 2-0 lead. And from the windup, Teitelbaum puts the first pitch of the inning in for a strike. The 0-1, cut on and missed.
Yeah, Velasquez bailed him out there. Went chasing for what looks like a changeup down in the turf.
The 0-2, ground ball to shortstop, fielded cleanly, throw across the diamond. Nice stretch over there at first base to get that one away.
Perfect location. Dotted the outer half the entire at bat did Diedelbaum, and he leaves a fastball on the outer half for Velasquez just to roll over it, hit it to the middle infield. Those are your sure-handed middle infielders. You got to trust your guys to make those plays.
And now Connor Luck at bat takes the first pitch for a ball. Michael Ancolari over there at first base was reaching up to make that grab using all of his frame. A 1-0 to Luck, and there for a strike, evens the count. One. Ground ball to third base, fielded cleanly. Fires across, and there's now 2 away. Pitch into contact here in this second inning.
And a nice throw across the diamond by T.J. Gormley. Usually see him at shortstop, playing a little third base today as well.
And now Hudson Davenport coming to bat, 6'4", 225.
Yeah, this is a big boy, Hudson Davenport.
He can barrel the ball if he gets a hold of one. The 1-0 pitch outside.
That slightly open stance for Davenport lets him see the pitch out of the hand a little bit better. It's just a question of, can you consistently find that landing point when you go to close and step right back towards the plate?
The 2-0 in there for a strike.
See, that's a pitch that I know it's in on the hands, but I'd like to see Davenport unleash the swing there. That's a great pitch to drive.
A little low. 3-1.
Now you got to be barreling something up that you really like. You pick a location in the zone. Pick a third.
This one swung on, driven deep into left center field, going back, looking up, and you can kiss that one goodbye. A home run for a Hudson Davenport. Now 3-0 Michigan on the long drive to left center field by Hudson Davenport.
Davenport does give one a ride, centers one up on the barrel, and that's just the ability to use the size, put a charge into it. That was a no-doubter the second he made contact.
Appreciate the effort out there by the center fielder, giving it a little chase, but that one was hit so well, barreled it up so nicely, there was no chance that one coming back. 'Cause first pitch here, a ball. Carson Byers up to bat. Byers grounds this one to first, off the glove. Could be a tough play to throw. Got him at first.
That's great hustle.
So that's Ancolari over at first base, making the play 3-1 to wrap up the top of the second inning. However, the damage was done by Hudson Davenport. A solo shot making it 3-0 Michigan as we head to the bottom of the second. Bottom of the second inning, about to get going. Jared Munoz leading it off for Connecticut. Jacob Turner still on the mound for Michigan. In the top half, Michigan extended their lead on a solo shot from Hudson Davenport. First pitch is a ball.
And Connecticut's offensive inning in the bottom of the first ended because Heitzman hit a line shot up the middle. Sorry,
Ball
to cut you
popped
off.
up into foul territory. Catch made. I believe that's Noah Miller making the snag for Michigan from the catcher's spot. Good job tracking that one down, getting under it. A little off balance as he made the catch. One away. That's always a difficult one, popping that one up to the catcher in foul territory. Difficult play to make, but also as a hitter, you're always frustrated head back. Preston Kuna looking at a strike to start his at-bat.
Well, I just wanted to finish that thought. It was a tough ending for the inning for John Heitzman, who lined a drive up the middle. It struck the umpire on one hop.
Kuna swing and a miss at that one. That's just the unfortunate reality of having the umpire position there.
Well, it's also a byproduct of the fact that there's just one umpire here today, so don't have anybody behind the plate.
Swing and a miss, 3 pitches, and Kuna is retired. A strikeout there for Turner, his third.
Well, and kind of to finish on that thought, with no umpire behind the plate, it is unfortunate that this lone ump doesn't have what is known as an ombudsman. It's a term for somebody who investigates, reports on, and helps settle complaints. So normally having that other umpire, you have somebody to check with if there's ever a call that the other team disagrees with on the base paths, on a check swing. Unfortunately, just a one-man crew here today. So a big shout-out to the umpires who've worked both days here at Stern Family Field.
Greg Gorman going to take that one for a strike. It's 1-1. Chris Markowitz and the words he always so eloquently puts into our lives.
That's
Gorman.
The Merriam-Webster word of the day for August 2nd.
2-1.
Ombudsman.
Got it on August 2nd. Wait till August 4th to roll it out.
I've already gotten August 3rd and 4th in today.
Gorman swings and misses. Count even at 2.
You just didn't notice. Trying to learn new words every day. Expand the vocabulary.
2-2 to Gorman. Line drive base hit into right field. For a second, looked like first baseman was preparing for a play. Instead, Gorman's going to trot on down. 2-out hit. Michael Coyne coming to bat. Most recent game for him, 0 for 3. First pitch misses outside. Now we got concerned about that. Rayner, there's a pickoff attempt at first. Gorman back in there on the slide. We're back to that really temperate, nice breeze, sunny skies.
It is a beautiful, beautiful day. Almost as if wasn't any rain going on this morning.
Pitch low, 2-0.
And to a lot of our viewers out there, hope everybody is safe and secure. Know that back home where we're from, in New Jersey, Southeast PA, on the eastern seaboard, a lot of people going through a tropical storm right now.
Just making sure everyone is doing all right. Enjoy some baseball for your afternoon. Coyne up 3-0 in the count. Another pickoff attempt. Just getting back in there, Gorman.
I'll tell you what, TJ Gormley at first got that tag down quickly and doesn't get the call, but that's a sell job at first. You start running off like it's an assumed out.
And now the 3-0. Coyne draws the 2-out walk. Now first and second for Tyler Gutzfeld. Gutzfeld served as the leadoff hitter for first 2 games for Connecticut. time here. Noah Miller going to check on Jacob Turner on the mound. Quick communication. Michigan has a Michigan State looking uniform. I like the color scheme of the Michigan look.
Yeah, a little bit more yellow than you typically see on those Spartan jerseys, but nonetheless, it is that color scheme.
Ground ball going to get to its second base. The throw to first is in time to record the third out of the inning. So they get 2 on, but they strand both of them. We'll head to the third, still 3-0 Michigan. Third inning getting underway. A pitching change for Connecticut. Ben Rabatine into the game. Newcomer to the team. Number 15. First batter he will face for Michigan, Dominic Krapinski.
And this Connecticut roster, much like many of the rosters here at the showcase, rife with pitching talent.
First pitch low.
I got to ask you, Ray, as we come close to our ending here for us, we've been here for 2 days now doing these calls. I know you've picked out some local shops for some eateries these couple mornings. Give some people a taste of the local flavor here near Stern Family Field in beautiful Du Bois, Pennsylvania.
This morning, I got to say, I got a fantastic turnover, strawberry turnover from Uzi's Bakery. It was so good. The man was so nice there. This one driven into left field, caught by the left fielder, one away now. Krapinski flying out. The owner of the place, so very kind. Showed me what I was getting right out of the oven. Let me come back and see what was happening. Maybe a great cup of coffee as Noah Miller comes to bat here for Michigan. 15-on-15 matchup. Looking at the jersey numbers. And I also threw in a nice piece of frozen cake for me that was my meal between games. 1 out, Rabatine. Ball high, start this at bat.
You got to give that suggestion to our cameraman, Yuri. The word I heard from him is he went to get lunch. I'm not going to name the place, but apparently he ordered chicken and they forgot to put it in his sandwich.
Oh, boy, this one grounded up the middle. Going to be a tough play for the shortstop. Firing across. Got him at first base. A very difficult play there. Made. Good pick out by the first baseman.
And that was Hayden Miller at short, firing across the diamond to nab the runner, showing off the arm strength.
It's a Philly guy here. I'm hearing Dreams and Nightmares come across the speaker as the walk-up song for David Lally.
Nothing wrong with a little Meek.
Absolutely not. Lally going to put this one up the middle, and that's going to go through for a base hit.
It's because he came up listening to Meek.
That's 100% it. I don't know if you guys remember the Eagles winning the Super Bowl, but they came out to Meek, and that's exactly why they won.
It's like having the game sliders up in MLB The Show. When you walk up to the plate listening to Meek Mill, your percentage of contact, batting average goes up about 10 points.
Caleb Sanders to bat. Doubled in his first AB. 2 outs and a man on. First pitch bouncing in.
Yeah, Lally in his first at bat, just a little bit over-eager, rolled over a low breaking ball, bounced it right into the dirt. So in this at bat, he's got to try to sit back, keep the hands back, and drive it to the opposite way.
The 1-0. Fouls back.
That's a very similar swing. He fouled it off, but again, just a bit out in front. That looked like a 76-mile-an-hour either fastball or two-seamer. So again, just sit back a split second more and trust yourself. You got quick hands. I like his swing, Caleb Sanders. So just got to be able to sit back on it a little more.
1-1.
Ooh.
Fouls it back. No umpire behind the plate. He threw his hand up looking for time. Obviously, the umpire in front can't see that time.
I will say, though, even if there was a home plate umpire back there, it was probably even too late for that timeout to be acknowledged.
Virtually no shot of it happening with the umpire out there. And pickoff attempt to first. Or just a reminder that that can happen. No real play over there. Sanders digging in, down 1-2.
Ooh, that's a tough pitch to lay off. A breaking ball that bends across the zone, tails out just towards the tail end as it died off right at Sanders' knees.
Very nice pitch, but it does even the count. Sanders ground ball to shortstop. Field on a hop, firing across. Got him at first base. So a couple nice plays for Hayden Miller in this inning. They get one on base for Michigan, but Michigan unable to bring him around. We'll head to the bottom of the third with Michigan up 3-0.
I'm looking.
Hayden Miller leading off the bottom of the third for Connecticut. Jacob Turner working on his third inning on the mound. The wind pitch. We're all underway in the bottom of the third. First in there for a strike. Breaking ball doesn't catch the inside part of the plate like Turner had hoped. 2-0. And very quickly, Miller up 3-0.
We've had a chance to see a lot of home runs today, Ray. I know you're a fan of the exciting aspects of the game.
3-0 pitch fouled away. Probably gifted him on that one. Looked like that breaking ball was a bit high.
You mentioned to me, though, you're a fan of the new age Bryce Harper kind of flipping the bat, all these guys bringing the energy. So you kind of in favor of guys hot dogging pitches and
Miller striking out there. We had the count wrong on the scoreboard, so swing and a miss for him. He was not up 3-1 or not up 3-0 when he fouled it off, which explains the swing. So Turner striking him out. Garrett Burke up to bat. First pitch to Burke. In there for a strike. Am I a fan of players hot dogging it? Yeah. Let them have some personalities. Let them show off a little bit.
I think we're on the same page about that one.
You do something well, you deserve to celebrate it.
A lot of the purists in this game will disagree with you, though. This is a heavily self-policed sport, the game of baseball.
Wind up on the 0-2 pitch outside. And those same purists will probably talk your ear off about that time Babe Ruth called a shot like that wasn't him hot dogging it way back in the day.
I'll tell you what, a lot of pitchers, though, they just feel that it's the wrong pejorative to send. They don't like it when guys hot dog. They don't like to be shown up.
Wind up for the 2-2 coming from Turner. And Burke swings right through a good breaking ball. Back-to-back strikeouts to kick off this third inning.
Burke way out in front of that one. He was fooled by the change of pace.
Anthony Tereso to bat. One of the more impressive bats we've seen. Last game we saw him 1-for-1 with a really strong hit double. He's going to take this breaking ball deep into center field, going back on it and going all the way to the warning track. The catch is made, so that wraps up the third inning. No runs, no hits. Connecticut still trails Michigan 3-0 as we head to the fourth. Welcome back into Stern Family Field. Chris Markowitz alongside me. I'm Ray Dunn, bringing you the final game of 6 here on BFA Productions over the last 2 days. Prep Baseball reports Northeast Future Games Showcase. Let's Gregory Pace leading this one off. Took a ball in the first pitch. Ben Rabatine still on the mound for Connecticut. Pace drives this one into left field. Left fielder going back. Good track on it. Able to make the catch. And there is one away.
It is interesting, Ray, how the advancement of technology and social media and these showcases has kind of just changed the entire format of scouting, because it used to be more of an epistolary relationship where you'd get letters in the mail from coaches who are local and interested in bringing you on to their roster. But now everything's done through social media. Kids around the nation can be seen by coaches because of these live streaming services, social media apps, and just different platforms and organizations designed to help these kids reach the next level.
Brandon Mann swinging through a breaking ball on the first pitch. Takes a fastball away on the second. 1-1 to count to him. His first at bat. Man walked, came around to scored. Swing and a miss there, taking something off it.
And I got to say, the word epistolary, one of the Merriam-Webster words of the day from July 26th, that's a favorite of mine. I can't remember the last time I wrote somebody a handwritten letter in the mail and received anything back.
Ground ball foul down the third baseline, and come to think of it, I can't recall that either.
It's a hidden art for our generation, man. It's something that we, I think, took for granted in the millennial age, not having to write letters, send them through the mail. I mean, I have to Google every now and then just to make sure that I have letter addresses and letterheads written properly.
I don't know how to write letterhead. I guarantee that. The 1-2, up and away. And I think I fit closer to Gen Z, honestly, than millennial. Which,
That's scaring me.
yeah, that's gonna scare.
Tell me I'm an old head in this booth? Oh, no.
2-2, swing and a miss. Man is struck out. 2 away now. Yeah, I'm sorry to do that to any listener or viewers at home and to everyone in this booth who would be considered a millennial, but I'm officially a generation behind you.
You weren't even born in the same century as me.
That is true. 2000. Piasecki to bat. And therefore a strike. It's all right because I look at the year all of these kids are graduating high school, and I'll be graduating college at that point, so it makes me feel a little bit older. 0-1. Low.
When I see 2023, it's like a movie headline or it's something out of a script, man. The world was supposed to end for us in 2012. I don't know if you've ever seen that movie. It came out in 2009. Brendan Fraser, I believe, was the lead role.
Strike on the outside. Check swing didn't help. I did see that movie. I can't tell you remember who's the lead, but I do remember the world collapsing.
Let me see. I think it's Brendan Fraser. I would not bet my house on it, though.
Ground ball foul. Is there a lot you would bet your house on? I feel like that
No.
might be a cause for concern.
No. Just death and taxes. That's about it.
Ground ball to second base. Going to be a tough play. Gets Piasecki at first. That wraps up the top of the fourth. 1-2-3 goes Michigan, and Connecticut will have a chance to bat trailing 3-0 when we come back. Bottom of the fourth, getting underway. As Connecticut comes to bat, TJ Wynn.
Oh, excuse me. I said TJ Wynn's on the mound, number 1. TJ Wynn's on Connecticut. Sorry to cut you off there, Ray. We do not have a number 1 listed on our Michigan roster, so I'm gonna have to go do some digging for you.
This one flown into the gap, down, and it's going to be a play at second base. And quickly retired there. TJ Gormley, good solid contact into the gap, but thrown out at second base. Lost his helmet in the process of running that way. Alex Merrick coming to bat. First pitch low. Rod, excuse me. Murat's had a solid 2 days of hitting so far. See if we can keep that up here. Skies this one down the right field line, giving chase, and that one's going out of play. Coy Plummer on the mound for Michigan. Pitch up stairs there. 2-1 now. Plummer delivers low. Now 3-1. Rod, proven to be a patient hitter before. Drawn a couple walks so far.
Yeah, Plummer not appearing on our roster, so we didn't have a chance to boulderize it before we showed up here today. Boulderize meaning edit it. There was a famous editor for, I believe it was the Philadelphia Inquirer back in the day.
Ground ball foul.
I'm probably getting that wrong, but I know his name was Thomas Boulder. He was so famous for his edits that they gave him a word, boulderizing. It means to edit something. So didn't have a chance to do that to our rosters, but we were able to get Coy Plummer's name from the kind staff at Prep Baseball Report right behind the home plate.
3-2 from Plummer. In the dirt, Murat will walk and flip over the lineup back to David McCann. Hope everyone at home is enjoying the Markowitz Webster Dictionary.
I know I am.
He's moved on from numbers. He's gone to words.
I'm just trying to graduate in this life.
McCann takes the first pitch for a ball. We get to see Plummer working out of the stretch. First 2 pitches to McCann, both balls, 2-0. That one on the outside corner.
Good location to dart the outer half, paint the black with a 2-0 fastball. Tough pitch to swing at as well, so great command by Plummer.
Great look over there at first base. Pickoff attempt. Two and one. McCann takes that one for a strike. So Plummer went to the outside corner, now works inside, evening up the count 2-2. Kicks and fires, foul back. Can't work, take a good at bat. First time around, ended up in a strikeout. It's a difficult time at the plate. A lot of strikeouts so far in the showcase, but has done a good job behind the plate defensively.
Yeah, his pop time varies between 1.9 and 2 seconds, which is Pretty solid for a kid at this level.
Swings missed at the 2-2 pitch, struck him out. Plummer now has 2 away here in the 4th inning.
Elevated a fastball, let her high, challenging McCann, put it in a tough spot to hit.
Michael Anculari to bat, fouling one back. Struck out looking in the 1st inning. Really unfortunate having Gormley thrown out at second to start this inning. This one fouled back for a lineup that hasn't quite gotten it going today. Would have been good to have at least the leadoff man aboard at first. Said now down 0-2 Anculari with 2 outs.
Oof.
He wanted it.
Nice little bender. Great plate discipline by Anculari to lay off at the last second. He wanted to offer there, but was wise enough to see the tumbling action, the gyre rotation on it.
The 1-2. Low. Evens up the count. We got 2s all across the board. 2-2, 2 outs.
It's so key to be able to recognize spin out of a pitcher's hand. The earlier on you see the gyre of a curveball, the better chance you have of squaring it up.
And now the count runs full. So, looking for Marat to be running here. 2 outs, 3-2 to count. And Kalari's going to have payoff pitch coming up as Plummer looks in for the side. And the 3-2.
Oof.
Ball 4 walked him first and second aboard. With 2 outs now for John Heitzman. Good day of hitting yesterday.
2-out walk's always a tough pill to swallow for the defensive unit. You know, when you're out there in the field, you know, everybody likes to field, but everyone loves to hit. So I know that this defensive unit getting anxious with a 2-out walk there as a pitcher. What you got to do is just come back, throw strikes, trust your defense to make a play.
This ball getting to the short backstop, throw down to third base. Got him. A dart down to third base. That's Dominic Krapinski throwing the runner out. That'll end this half of the 4th inning. We head to the 5th. Michigan up 3-0. Evan Maloney taking the bump for Connecticut. First test will be Brady Birchmeyer. Birchmeyer struck out in his first at-bat back in the first. First pitch is low. Maloney looking at a mid-80s fastball. Got a curveball and a changeup to complement it. Takes it from the windup. Ground ball foul. 1-1. Nice bender right there from Maloney. 1-2. See, dots the inner half of the plate.
Having 2 pitches you can throw consistently for strikes is a requisite to succeed on the mound at the next level. So nice to see a lot of these guys have not just a fastball or a curveball, but they can mix in multiple pitches at this showcase.
And the 2-2 to Birchmeyer. Swung on and missed. Good breaking ball right there. 1 away here in the 5th.
Yeah, that's a great bender. Starts it right at the hip, but it's close to that inner half of the plate, so Birchmeyer has to offer, but by the time he goes to swing, the bottom falls out of the pitch.
Alfredo Velasquez putting a bunt down. Maloney firing over to first. He's safe.
Hey, that's what I love to see. Old school baseball, baby. Alfredo Velasquez with the lost art of a bunt for a hit. That's exciting. I know home runs are awesome to watch, but that's a thrill right there. You got a right-hand pitcher who's falling to the first base side of the plate, put it in a good spot, no chance. It's a single every time.
Great work there by Velasquez, catching everyone off guard. And this one by Carlux hit hard right to shortstop, play over at first to get double play to no avail. Solid contact from Luck right at the shortstop. Velasquez returning to first. And now Hudson Davenport, who gave us quite the show in his last at-bat with the solo shot, comes to bat. Breaking ball misses, 1-0.
And that bunt, that's something that has to be inculated. You have to constantly practice that to be able to put that in a good position, especially when you're not showing bunt right away to bunt for a hit.
Davenport on the ground to third. He will be retired. That wraps up the top of the first inning. Michigan holding it first. 5th inning. Wow. It's been a while, been a lot of baseball. 3-0 Michigan still leads. We'll see you in the bottom half of the 5th. John Heitzman back out to bat. Recall in the bottom of the 4th. Runner was thrown out going to third during his at-bat, so he'll get to bat again. Swing and miss on that one to get this 5th inning started. Oh and 1 to Heitzman. Quickly 0 and 2. Plummer working on his 2nd inning pitching. And the 0-2. That's away, 1 and 2. Another hat falling off here. Common theme to the past 2 days. The hat's not staying on the heads.
It's that flow so many of these guys are sporting this summer.
1-2, way upstairs. Evens the count. Two from Plummer. Fouled away. Plummer taking his time. Oh, wow. He got to that in fair territory. Off the bat, I thought that one was headed out of play. A good catch and a good track down. Good thing the left fielder wasn't on my same wavelength there, as that catch is made for the first out of the inning. Heitzman retired, brings Munoz to bat. First pitch in there for a strike.
Munoz 0 for 1 on a day. He popped up to the pitcher in his only at bat.
0 and 2 quickly to him. So Plummer working ahead of these batters. Start this 5th inning. The 0-2. Lined down the line. And foul. Right into my blind spot here.
I don't know if you guys can hear that light breeze blowing into our booth if our microphone's picking it up, but it is refreshing.
The 0-2. Grounded foul this time. And today we don't have the plexiglass all the way open. Yesterday I was sitting right in front of that, and it was just cooling me off the entire time. Trying for the 0-2 again. Plummer, this one fouled off again by Munoz.
Munoz with a good fight here. Trying to bounce back from a bat where he just popped it straight up to the infield.
Pitch low and in. Looked like catcher was set more elevation on that, looking for that high fastball. The 1-2 delivery. Rocketed. Foul.
Ooh, he turned on that one. That's what you call getting the hands inside. Good thing I parked behind home plate.
Someone would really have to hit a long, long home run to hit my car. 1-2 pitch here. Rounded to third. Bobbled on that one. The throw across the diamond, not in time. Munoz going to get to first base on the error by the third baseman.
Oh, E5.
Preston Cunha coming to bat. As we're coming up on the end of our time here, when you get in the car today and you're thinking about all the baseball you watch, what's going to stick out in your mind?
Oh, well, Drew Cron's 2 home run performance in Team Select's game this morning against Massachusetts is going to stick out. I mean, rare to see a kid at this age be able to homer twice in a ball game, so that was impressive. There's also a couple pitching performances, so some names I'm definitely going to remember in a couple years. Going to be seeing them on the marquee.
Good block by Krapinski on that pitch. 0-2. Fouling this one back.
Listen, there's a lot of great prospects here. But I'll tell you what, one of the kids I really like to play, I think he's an underrated talent, is Dominic Patrizzi. He had a 3-hit performance in Team Select's victory earlier this morning. And I don't know what it is about his game specifically, but he stood out to me with the way he played, the way he battled at the plate. A lot of other great talents, too. We saw the great pitcher the other day, White on the mound, the lefty throwing in the low 90s. That's ridiculous. We saw Baby Gronk launch a dinger for Massachusetts. So there's been some great talent. I know I'm missing a ton of players. It's going to be a lot to digest.
Plenty of time to digest it.
You know what? I'll tell you this. 4.5, 5-hour ride back to New Jersey. It's going to be a lot of music. Not much digesting what's been going on the last 36 hours. Nothing personal. Just, got to stay awake.
3-2 pitch low. Runner was going on that one. First and second now.
Let me ask you this: What's your playlist for a power drive on the way back? What are we listening to? Who's on that list? Some bands, some genres. What's kind of going to be the soundtrack to your drive back home?
It's going to start out with rap, and it's probably going to go to classical rock if I have to assume. I want to keep the energy going to start getting there. This pitch popped up backwards. Greg Gorman at the plate. I'll probably start out with some Kendrick Lamar, some Meek Mill.
Okay.
Start rolling there, and then I'll start to get into the more sing-along,
you're going
sing-songy
heavy-
classic rock.
Going heavy off the bat.
Yeah. No, I need that energy jolt to get through that first few hours where you don't feel like the ride's ever going to end.
I'm probably going to go heavy Disney songs early on. I'm a big Disney guy.
I might pop in the Hamilton soundtrack by the end.
So I have not seen Hamilton yet. I'm
Really?
excited to see the recordings because just haven't had the money the last couple of years.
This one flown in to center field, and wow, he just drove that one well out into center. A home run for Greg Gorman. And just like that, this game's knotted at 3.
Gorman, that one just kept flying off the bat. Looked like a routine fly ball, but he generated a lot of backspin. The size and strength of Gorman on display. 6'4", 217. Walked into that one, and that went a country mile by the time it hit the ground.
You're right, that one just felt like it was going to be a pop out to center, and it just kept on carrying. Coyne fouling that one back to start his at-bat. Walked in his first plate appearance of the afternoon in the second inning. Just like that, Connecticut gets the jolt they need.
That was a nice little jolt of energy.
Ball low, evens the count at 1. Plummer getting back into the windup. Line base hit for Coyne. Put him aboard with one away.
When it rains, it pours. This Connecticut lineup heating up here in the 5th inning. That Gorman dinger sparking a rally as Coyne roped that one up to center. That is a solid strike. Anytime you can drive a line drive right back up where it came from, you're doing your job. That's what they pay the big bucks for.
Gutsfeld up to bat. I've got a question for you after this pitch. That one goes low. Coyne taken off, and he'll get second base. You mentioned the home run pushing a rally here. The idea of a home run being a rally killer, can we complain about that for a few minutes?
I mean, I don't even think it's worth that much time. I mean, that's ridiculous.
It's a ridiculous claim.
It just means the next guy up can hit a dinger. What are we talking about here? Next guy up.
One of my least favorite baseball narratives as that one misses outside 2-0. The idea that a home run could kill a rally. You want the run. I want the extra
Whoever
run.
said that never played a game of baseball in their life. Let me tell you. And if they did, they didn't play baseball right. I don't know who brought them up.
That's definitely got to be a contact hitter.
I don't know if that's
made
a
that one.
controversial thing to listeners out there, but come on, you don't want a home run?
2-0. Ground ball to first. Gutsfeld going to run this one out, but he'll be retired.
Li-
2 away.
Listen,
Runner
as
moves up
much
to third.
as much as sorry to cut you off there, Ray. As
Good.
much as I love the derelict art of bunting, the lost or abandoned art, there's nothing like a home run. You put a run on the board with one swing of the bat. I'll take as many of those as I can get.
Hayden Miller up to bat, struck out in his first at bat in the third. Got a runner on third with 2 outs. Fouling it back to start this AB. The 0-1 to Miller. This one going right back up the middle. That'll drive in a run. Miller and around first, and Coyne comes in to score. So what was a 3-0 lead for Michigan has now evaporated here in the fifth. Connecticut up 4-3 on the RBI single from Hayden Miller.
At the Space Jam. All right. It's my song. I love this song. Burke's got the right walk-up tunes. That's a tasty lick right there.
So when you're turning on the music today as you pull out of this parking lot, what's coming on for you?
Oh, man. I'm not joking when I say I have a whole Disney inspiration playlist. I love Disney music. I don't know what it is. So I'll probably get into some Disney midway through my drive when I just want to relax, play some country. Halfway through, I might pull over to the side of the road, take a 15, 20-minute nap where I listen to some classical music, get in a meditative state to get the energy that I need for that second burst. And then I'll probably make some phone calls.
This one fouled down the left field line.
I've got a Bluetooth setup, so it's a hands-free setup in the car. I just want to catch up with my mom and dad. My dad going down to Atlanta, helping my brother move down there. So I just want to make sure everything's chill, Got to give a shout-out to the people you love, the people who made you and gave you everything, Steve and Candy Markowitz. So they're probably not listening to this, but love them regardless.
Family man right here. Pickoff attempt to no avail over at first. Garrett Burke in the box. Well, frame job done there by Krapinski behind the plate, 0-2.
Yeah, Burke didn't look too happy with the call. I was letter high at the minimum.
Now down 0-2 with 2 outs. Plummer kicks, fires. That one's going to miss, 1-2. Pitch out, it appears, and the throw to second base is in time. Krapinski getting another runner. This time he retires Hayden Miller at second base. That'll wrap up this exciting fifth inning. Connecticut puts 4 runs on the board, takes a 4-3 lead. We'll be back with the 6th inning. Top of the 6th inning, about to get underway here. Maloney still on the mound for Connecticut. Carson Byers to bat. He lofts this one into left center field. That's a base hit. Just over the outstretched reach of the shortstop. And Byers is aboard to start this 6th inning. Dominic Krupinski has ended the last 2 defensive innings for Michigan by throwing runners out. Now he gets a chance to bat. Flew out to left field in his first AB. That one got me, fouling it right back into the backstop.
Yeah, you kind of jinked away from that backstop. A quick little movement.
I thought I was used to it by now. Apparently not. The 0-1. Popped up into the air. Foul along the third baseline. So now Maloney working far ahead at 0-2. And once again, Krupinski right back into the backstop. Seems to be right on that baseball. Byers with a decent lead off first. He heads to second, but that ball was fouled. So Byers will return to first. And Krupinski will get another shot. Maloney will try this one again. Gives a look over to Byers. Kicks in the 0-2. Up and in.
And I'm no weatherman, Ray, but I do think we might be seeing some light downpours in the next half hour. So it's going to be an interesting feature towards the end of this game.
Pinsky keeping himself alive again. Working a good at-bat down in the count.
Would hate to see that rain be a callous on this game.
You would. You really would. As someone who really knows what callous means, I absolutely agree with you on that one. The 1-2 from Maloney. Caught him looking. Krupinski fighting his way through that at-bat, but ends up in a strikeout. One away here in the 6th.
Oh, come on now, callous? That's not too difficult of a word, is it?
It's just not one that I would frequent. Noah Miller to bat. Ground out to shortstop. His first time up. Takes first pitch for a ball. Byers still hanging out over there at first. Pickoff goes over to first. Byers back easily. One-zero in there for a strike. Speed around 84 miles per hour for Maloney. Byers taken off. And there will be no play at second base. Credit Byers with the stolen base. 1-2 now to count to Miller. Kick fires. That one is low. Blocked by McCann. Keeps it in front of him, at least.
Yeah, nice little job there getting down staying in front of it. Don't want to allow the runner to get to third base and create a sacrifice fly situation.
The 2-2 to Miller. Runs it full. The full count offering is tapped to shortstop. Fielded cleanly, firing over to first. Miller is retired, moves Byers over to third. Back-to-back at-bats for Miller that ended in a ground out to shortstop. As David Lally coming to bat. Michigan turn over the lineup once again. 12 batters in this lineup. One of the more condensed lineups we've seen. And the first pitch to Lally. Low. Singled in his last at-bat. 1 for 2 on the afternoon. One outside, 2-0. Low again, 3-0.
That clocked at 84 miles an hour in the dirt. Good speed here. Out of the hand, just struggling with command.
Walks him on 4 pitches. Runners on the corners for Caleb Sanders.
And Maloney in a jam here. We'll see if the runner is moving, David Lally. I think that Michigan probably just wants to give Sanders a chance to swing the stick, but you never know.
Sanders 1 for 2 with a double. Came around to score. First pitch to him, in there for a strike.
Yeah, Sanders rolled over a pitch for a ground out to shorten his last at bat.
Breaking ball in there for a strike. Quickly 0-2.
Just got to keep the hands back now. Can't be too much out on your front foot. Hands back, expect fastball, adjust for curve.
And the 0-2. Outside, 1-2.
That was always my 2-strike approach. I think that's pretty standard.
I would say so. The 1-2.
Yeah, it was always said sit fast, see curve. Sit for a fastball, see it out of his hand for if it's going to be a curveball.
Two on, 2 out, 2-2 the count. Maloney bounces that one in. Runner will advance to second. Lally moving up into scoring position. Second and third with 2 away and a full count for Sanders.
Golden opportunity. 2 ducks out on the pond. Does he have any bread to feed him, bring him home with him?
And the 3-2. Flown into the air. This one headed into right field. The second baseman squeezes, and that will finish the top of the 6th inning for Michigan. They leave 2 men in scoring position, trailing 4-3 Connecticut. Coming to bat when we're right back. Bottom of the 6th inning. You're at Stern Family Field. Alongside Chris Markowitz, I'm Ray Dunn. BFA Productions bringing you the final game from the PBR Northeast Future Games Showcase. Garrett Burke up to bat. His at bat previous inning cut short because Hayden Miller was thrown out at second base. First pitch he sees is a ball. Also a new pitcher on the mound for Michigan. Trevor Busen.
Yeah, tough not to notice him. 6'8", 215.
Second pitch, a ball. You could put together a legitimate starting five in basketball with the Michigan height. You had two players at 6'6", one at 6'7", one at 6'8".
Yeah, we're getting a lot of rebounds. Brandon Mann at 6'4" as well. Lally at 6'4". Just trying to find our point guard.
The 3-0 to Burke. Swings and misses.
A couple good candidates. I mean, you got Krapinski, the catcher and shortstop. 5'10". That's not bad. At the point guard spot, just to set those guys up. You also got Caleb Sanders.
Burke draws the walk. 5-pitch walk to start the inning.
Yeah, you're right, man. That'd be a tough basketball squad.
It would be. I would not want to face them. As much as I don't want to face them in baseball, I feel like they'd also have my number in basketball.
Be Lob City for them.
Anthony Tereso coming to bat. 0 for 1 with a fly out to center. First pitch low.
I love me some basketball. I love baseball. I love basketball. I love sports in general. I'm glad that we got some live action today with baseball. The NBA's back. MLB back for now. I say for now. I'm just a little tentative about how long the season's going to last, being that it's not being played in a bubble. But for now, let's enjoy.
Absolutely. Tereso fouls this one off, 2-1. And I got to say, your love for basketball certainly came through last night after the broadcast. Got a nice jump shot.
Oh, I've been working on it. It's all the 6 a.m. wake-ups, lifting weights, compound interest, baby. 20 minutes a day for the last 6 months.
It all culminated in beating me in a game of horse at the basketball park.
I was not pleased with my performance.
I was not pleased with my performance either.
We don't have to talk much about it.
No, I wasn't going to get much into detail. Just that the two of us in full attire from yesterday were...
It was hard to shoot in the polo I was wearing. It was very restrictive at the shoulders.
Tereso, one hop to shortstop. They get one and a double play turned. Certainly helping out. Busen clears the bases. 2 outs now. 6-4-3 on the putout.
Yeah, it was textbook. A hard hit ground ball and one hop to short. Easy double play.
TJ Gormley singled in his first at bat. Really hard hit ball to left center. Got thrown out trying to take second. Takes his first pitch for a ball. And the 1-0. Inside, 2-0. Gormley grounds that one foul down the first base line. I was informed over the break by Sean Kelly that rain could be in the forecast in the next 5 minutes, so you could be made right on that 30-minute prediction.
I looked at your phone, man. Come on.
I was giving you credit.
Can't give me credit there.
I was going to give you credit, but you can sell yourself out on that one.
I licked my thumb, stuck it in the air, and I could feel the wind, and I knew there was rain coming.
2-2, 2 outs. Fouled down the right field line.
I will say, I fractured my wrist a couple years ago. It never really healed right. And when there's a heavy storm coming on, every now and then I can just feel it. Something's funny in my forearm. So didn't get that sense today. So I'm hoping that this is going to be some light rain. Can't make any promises. I don't know how accurate my body is with those predictions, but
2-2 hits him.
kind of like a shaman for the weather.
And Gormley's aboard with 2 outs. Alex Marat coming to bat.
No, could you imagine working alongside Bill Walton? I think about that, right? As outrageous as some of the things I say are, whoa, how much fun that would be.
It would be quite the time. That honestly, that's a dream setup.
Bill Walton, that's your dream color commentator?
Well, like, for one night, like, I would love to just sit there as he goes through everything that comes into his mind.
I'd love to do 9-inning baseball game with him. I think he did an inning last year for the Angels. Mike Trout hitting a home run. Pretty sure he had a pretty funny call for it. I don't know. Some people don't have that kind of taste.
Throw behind the runner. Gets back easily. Wormley on the dive. I love it. You have to have fun with the broadcast.
Definitely an acquired taste, though, for Bill Walton.
Ground ball through the hole. Gormley will hold up at second. So Marat's on with a base knock. 2 on, 2 out.
I met Bill Walton.
Really?
Yeah, I just remember. I think I was probably 15 years old, going into my sophomore year of high school. We took a trip out to San Francisco, me and my family. We were over the Golden Gate Bridge. I can't remember the town we were in, but these people were on a bike tour. There was this really tall guy, and my dad said, "Hey, that's Bill Walton, the NBA Hall of Fame." No, that's not Bill Walton, Dad. No, that's Bill Walton. Go up to him. I was so nervous. I went up to him. And I said, "Excuse me, are you Bill Walton?" He's like, "Yes, son. How are you doing? It's nice to meet you." And I said, "Can I get your autograph? I know you're a really good basketball." He's like, "Yeah, sure. You just gotta promise me, stay in school, kid, because education is the most important thing in life." And he just went on his whole spiel. But he couldn't have been a nicer guy. He was doing it like a 260-mile bike tour to raise money for a charity. So, and that was 9 years ago. I hope he's still doing well, doing stuff like that. But couldn't have been nicer to me in my minute and a half spent with him.
David McCann up to bat, 2-0. And to that story, I think that's just the person that Bill Walton is. He just seems to have so much energy to him, such a kind spirit. 3-0 now.
I'm sure there's a lot of people wondering how he even got on that topic, but I can't even remember how.
It said something about to the effect of, could you imagine working with Bill Walton?
There we go.
And
my memory's fading.
again, that's what I'm here to do. I'm here for you. 3-0. McCann takes a strike. I believe he thought that was outside.
What is this, inning number 51?
Math Markowitz, that's your job.
I believe it is. Inning number 51, right? Bottom of the 6th.
Swing and a miss there for McCann. Now the count runs full. 2 outs. Runners will be taken off.
I'm fairly confident. As a matter of fact, I'm 100% certain this is the 51st inning we have worked.
Runners go. McCann headed down to first base.
Yeah, tell you what, 51 seems like a good number because it doesn't want to end.
Base is loaded. Michael Anculari coming to bat.
Good rally here by Connecticut.
0 for 1 with a walk.
A lot of plate discipline. Busen struggling to find the zone.
Now throw behind. Safe,
Mm.
says the umpire. David McCann. Get a little advantageous over there at first.
Timing was just a bit off between Noah Miller and Carson Byers, the catcher and first baseman. Byers a split second late to the bag. Otherwise, that throw is right there in a good spot for the tagout.
And the 1-0. This one lined into right field, a base hit. One run's going to score coming around third. The throw way over third base. 2-run score, RBI single, Michael Ancolari.
Ancolari with a good job of opposite field hitting, stayed with the pitch, smacked it into right field, adds to the Connecticut lead. Some insurance runs here as we head towards the late innings in this final ball game at Stern Family Field.
6-3 now the lead for Connecticut. Houston now facing John Heitzman, who grounds this one towards third. Fielded and force play at third wraps up this inning, but not before Connecticut tacks on 2. 6-3, they lead Michigan as Michigan's coming to bat in the 7th inning. Top of the 7th, Evan Maloney back out on the mound for Connecticut. Gregory Pace Jr. coming to bat for Michigan. 0 for 2 in this game with a strikeout and a flyout to left field. Michigan jumped out to the early lead after 2 innings, up 3-0. All Connecticut since then, 6-3 now. And Pace lines this one to short, a diving play over there. Nice job, TJ Gormley with the catch.
Nice snag, flash in the leather. Impressing the scouts on the defensive side of the field. Heads up play. Takes a little bit of a bow there, too.
A little bit of showmanship. You gotta love it. Brandon Mann up to bat. Breaking ball high. 1-0. Goes low on that one, 2-0. And walked his first plate appearance. Struck out in the 4th. Takes a strike, now 2-1.
Similar to how we saw Hudson Davenport get into one in the 2nd inning for a home run. I'd love to see Mann put a solid charge behind a pitch.
Thinking about it on that one, 3-1. Breaking ball just drops right out of the zone. Hitters count for Mann, the 3-1, swing and a miss. He was thinking about what you had said, but the count now runs full. Three-two offering, swing and a miss. He struck him out. 2 away, now in the 7th.
Big hack there. Just a tough game for Mann. He had the walk, but 2 strikeouts today.
Aaron Piasecki, 2 RBI single in the 1st, and ground to 2nd in the 4th. 3rd at bat for him. Strike called on the outside corner to start this one, 0-1. Line drive right at the second baseman. 1, 2, 3 inning for Maloney. Michigan goes down in order. Connecticut coming to bat in the bottom of the 7th, leading 6-3. Bottom of the 7th, Connecticut coming to bat, leading 6-3 over Michigan. Trevor Busen still on the mound for Michigan. He'll be greeted by Jared Munoz. Munoz 0 for 2, reached on error in the 5th. First pitch upstairs. Busen coming out in the stretch. That one high and in. Munoz cringing a little bit as he looked back.
Yeah, nothing like 81-mile-an-hour chin music to make you duck back.
The 2-0. Foul back.
Interesting to note the extension that this pitcher, the tall guy, Trevor Busen's getting. 6'8", but his extension falling between 5'9", 5'11" consistently. Extension meaning how far out in front of himself he's able to get his hand. So
this one driven into left center field, going back. This one's going to bounce off the wall. Munoz into second, standing up. A leadoff double for Munoz. A little scary there at second base. Tag nearly got him. Drifted too far off the bag.
But just to finish up on that point, extension meaning how far out in front Busen is able to finish when he releases the pitch. So with his tall 6'8" frame, I want to increase that extension over time to add some velocity and balance to his delivery.
Preston Cunha up to bat. Ball inside. One-0 pitch. Good block there by Miller. 2-0. Swing and a miss. And yesterday we did some talk show debates. I think now that we're wrapping up our last few hours here in the Keystone, I think we have to have the most important one, the Wawa and Sheets discussion.
Ooh, I don't have enough experience going to Sheets to give you a solid answer to that one. I will say I am a heavy bias towards Wawa. Just don't think you could go wrong with their hoagie selection. Their milkshakes are from another planet. In terms of who has the better quality gas, I don't know. I don't typically fill up at either station, but
2-2 grounded to third. Looks back, the runner firing across the diamond. One away, and the throw to second, not in time.
yeah, I don't know. What's the sandwich selection like at Sheets? I know that there's probably people from out here a little bit more western than where we come from in Pennsylvania, the southeast Philadelphia area, more accustomed to Wawa. So I don't want to sound blasphemous, but I'm just not well informed about the Sheets menu.
Greg Gorman up to bat. Pitch on the outside corner for a strike, and I am not well versed in Sheets either.
Perhaps I'll have to consult with some of our crew members during the break to get their opinions on the matter.
The 0-1. Low, 1-1. Gorman with the 3-run homer his last AB. Takes that pitch low. Got away from Miller a bit. Munoz a little hesitant to get moving. So he'll scamper on back to second. Two-one pitch. Swing and a miss. All nodded at 2.
Good spot on the outer half. Tough pitch to make contact with, and 81 miles an hour. So he went with the fastball, but just buried it in a good location. And his extension there, 6 foot 2 inches. So some better extension on the release there.
The 2-2 outside. Count is full. Houston's found himself in some tough spots. Now he'll try and work himself out of another. Full count, man on second, 1 away. The pitch. Foul back.
And I used this analogy yesterday, talking about delivery times. Some guys, speedy delivery, same day or next day shipping. Houston, he's free shipping, takes his time to get to you, but he works at his own slow pace.
Munoz been pretty much married to the bag in terms of second base leads you can have. As Gorman walks. First and second now for Michael Coyne. Singled his last at-bat.
Yeah, 2 walks in the inning now for Busen. Really pressing, struggling with his command.
Coyne flies this one foul on the first base side.
But he's 1 pitch away from getting out of the jam. Just needs to produce a ground ball up the middle here. And this Michigan middle infield, usually pretty sure-handed.
Noah Miller thinking about throwing down to first. He's not been shy in doing that before, but lost the handle on the ball.
So for Busen, he's trying to get something down at the knees of Coyne here to produce a ground ball. Coyne's looking to take advantage of a mistake that's near the belt level of the strike zone.
The 1-1. A little bit lower than the belt level. 1-2.
That's right at the knees, a perfect pitcher's pitch.
And the 1-2 to Coyne. Up high. Miller fakes the throw down to first. Then looked quickly to Munoz, see what he was thinking down there on second.
Went with the breaking ball there. Busen was trying to get one to be rolled over, but he left it hanging.
And now the throw down from Miller. That's going to go into right field. Munoz going to move on up to third. Runners on the corners now as the count goes full.
Yeah, throw got away from Miller as he threw it too far up, or excuse me, away from the first base line. Tough catch to make.
3-2. Floated into the air towards second base. Catch is made. 2 away. That brings up Tyler Gutsfeld.
Missed chance there for Coyne as he just got a little bit too much underneath it. Couldn't serve it out into the gap in shallow right center.
Gutsfeld, good day yesterday. So far today, 0 for 2. First pitch is a ball bouncing in there. That one also low, 2-0.
I'll tell you what, the advantage of having masks on while doing play-by-play, I just yawned. I don't think anyone heard it.
2-1. Gutsfeld.
I'm sorry, I couldn't help but say that out loud. I was very careful with the yawn, knowing that there's this protective covering over me to not make a sound, and I think I did a good job there.
Line drive, bounce to him. Regardless, gets to first base. Hit me in the blind spot there, but that wraps up the inning. They threaten, but do not score. Connecticut still leading 6-3 as we head to the 8th. Corbin Berard taking over on the mound as the top of the 8th gets going. Brady Birchmeyer going to be his first test. As Connecticut holds a 6-3 advantage. Berard's first pitch in there for a strike.
Birchmeyer 0 for 2 on the day with 2 strikeouts, both swinging.
He's swinging at this one. Ropes that one foul down the third base line.
Yeah, just a bit out in front at the bat head. A little bit too excited there.
The 0-2. Inside. 1-2.
It's always a tough feeling as a hitter when you barrel one up but hook it foul and know that you just missed a good pitch.
1-2. This one flown into center field. Center fielder backing up on this one. Almost gets to the track and makes the catch.
Yeah, decent charge put into that one. Just didn't have enough backspin on it to keep it going.
Here's your guy here. Last time up, Alfredo Velasquez put down a bunt that went for an infield single.
That was the thrill of this tournament for me.
Take his first pitch he sees.
And,
Ball high.
third base having to play even with the bag, they got to respect him, so it gives him a little more room to play with down that third base line if he wants to send a line drive that way. That's the value of being able to put a bunt down. It gives you more holes to hit the ball through once they have to respect the option.
2-0. Swing and a miss on that one. 2-1. Absolutely. I was a guy that would like to put down a bunt every now and then. I would like to say it was because it was strategic. It was probably more because that was where my skill set was at. 2-2.
Hey, man, bunting's underrated. It's an underappreciated skill set. Takes a lot of work. Just as much time in the cage. You got to dedicate to bunting. If you want to be a great bunter, you got to do it over and over again.
2-2. This one flown into right field. Right fielder tracking back on it and makes the catch. Back-to-back flyouts to start this 8th inning. Connor Luck coming to bat. 0 for 2. Ground to third in the 2nd. And lined out to shortstop last time up in the 5th. Up and in, ball 1.
Mr. Sun is poking out right now.
Should we point out the fact that the rain that we talked about never came? Or we're gonna?
Are we in the clear? Is this the time period? Has that passed?
I think the time period's passed.
Yeah, see, I told you, my wrist, I didn't get that funny feeling in my elbow, so.
1-1. Can we know how you fractured your wrist?
Sliding into second base.
Ooh, yikes.
I stole the base.
You were safe.
I was in there safely, bro.
Okay, that's all that matters.
And then I came to bat. I didn't know my wrist was broken. I played the field, and I came to bat for another at bat.
2-1. It was like I fractured my hand sliding in to make a catch in the outfield, and I played on it for a little while before I realized I could not grip a ball anymore and throw it. 3-1. Now 3-2. Swing and a miss by Luck. Because, of course, I didn't break the hand that caught it.
Right.
I tried to break my fall and broke my throwing hand.
It's amazing what the body can do when you're running on adrenaline.
Full count delivery. 2 outs here. Luck drives this one. Going back into center field. And that one's caught. 3 flyouts in the inning. That wraps it up. We'll head to the bottom of the 8th. Connecticut coming to bat, leading 6-3. Bottom of the 8th getting underway here at Stern Family Field in Du Bois, Pennsylvania. Chris Markowitz alongside me. I'm Ray Dunn, bringing you the final inning and a half from PBR's Northeast Future Games Showcase. New pitcher on the mound, Kyle Remington for Michigan. And what do we know about him, Chris?
Remington is a right-hander, class of 2023. Stands at 5'11", 150 out of Grand Rapids Christian High School.
Very nice. Hayden Miller up to lead off this inning. Fouls this one away. 2-1. Takes that one low. Nice hitters count now 3-1. Ground ball. Shortstop fields it cleanly. Firing across. Nice pick out at first base. First out here in the 8th.
Yeah, nice scoop. That was Brady Birchmeyer going down to get it. The big fella playing the role of the ice cream man. Pick me up. Scoop me some chocolate chip cookie dough. I don't know.
The sayings are fantastic.
You ever played baseball? Come on, man.
I'm going to be honest with you. I played baseball for a long period of my life, most of my life. No one ever said he was playing the role of the ice cream man.
Ice cream man, bro. Scoop me something good.
I guess we ran in two different baseball worlds. It's 2-0.
I had a great defensive first baseman on my high school team. Great friend of mine, kid by the name of Mike Arcella. We called him Baskin Robbins. Pick you anything up. He'd dig anything out of the dirt for you.
Swing and a miss by Burke, 2-2. Burke 0 for 1 so far with a walk.
Yeah, I was more soft serve. It tended to melt quickly when it came over my way at first base.
Swing and miss, ball gets away. Tough throw to
Ooh.
first, got him.
And that's always a fear. It was always a fear of mine as a runner. You don't think about it consciously when you're running down the back, but that throw up the line on a drop third strike, coming at the back or.
Did you ever get hit by one?
I have not.
You're missing out.
I don't think I am.
I took one to the dome once.
If you and I had the opportunity to trade, you having been hit in the back of the head, me not, I think I'd like where I stand.
Ball in the dirt. I got hit in the dome once. Try and run out a drop third. 1-0 count to Tereso. Foul back. Anthony Tereso. Umpire chatting up with Remington. Tereso 0 for 2 so far. Flew out to center and ground into a double play. Switching up the baseballs. And the 1-1. Swing and a miss.
Nice little break on that pitch to get him swinging. Little Bugs Bunny changeup. Now you see me, now you don't. Bottom falls out.
The 1-2. Got him. Caught Tereso looking. That wraps up the 8th inning. Michigan going to come to bat trailing 6-3 when we're back in the top of the 9th. Corbin Berard back on the mound to start the 9th inning for Connecticut. Hudson Davenport, who homered in the 2nd, leads it off for Michigan.
Yeah, Davenport really put a charge into that one. A long shot to left center field. Got that open stance. See if he can get another solid swing.
First pitch outside.
And with Davenport, the way you want to approach him as a pitcher is keep the ball down and away. Big right-hander with an open stance. You want to test him, see if he can get to that outer half fastball with that wide stance.
This one low, 2-0. He really stands off the plate, too. The 2-0 pitch, swing and a miss.
See, that's that outer half. Got him a chase as well as that ball dove late.
Two one to Davenport. Offers at it. Nothing to be had. 2-2.
Really good pitch. Off-speed breaking ball. Tailing downward on the outer half of the plate.
Davenport going to call for time. Berard looking in. Winds and the 2-2 offering to Davenport. Swung on and floated into right. That will drop for a base knock. Davenport is on with his 2nd hit of the day.
And to your credit, that's what you call step-back defense. The outfield having to play a step further back than normal because the home run threat of Davenport, so he benefits, able to drop one in front of the right fielder for a leadoff knock.
Don't ever doubt the power of the step back there.
I like the step back, especially in the game of basketball. I'm all about that step back GA.
Carson Byers to the plate. Swings, misses on the first offering to him. 0-1. Outside of the 0-1 offering now. That's up the count at 1. Davenport with a decent lead off over at first. Byers rips this one. Foul.
Got the barrel head out in front. Good contact, but you got to stay back. He made contact way too out in front of his body.
The 1-2. Swing and a miss. Struck him out. One away now in the 9th.
Yeah, Bedard went up and in with a fastball, just challenged him in the inner half of the plate. Tough as a batter. Whenever you get a pitch in on the hands, you really got to be prepared to get your hands through it.
Dominic Krapinski coming to bat. 0 for 2 so far. Pitch gets the short backstop. Nothing doing.
I'll tell you what, Ray. This being inning number 54 in 36 hours for us, it's going to make 9-inning games in the future a cakewalk for us.
1-1. I think the ability to talk through 54 innings. Credit to your starting conversations. Markowitz Webster also. Credit to when that dictionary does come out someday. The 1-1. Swing and a miss there.
I don't know about writing a dictionary, but I definitely want to write a book or two. Got some things in the works. It might take a couple years, but got nothing but time.
Do I at least get a signed copy? I'll pay for it, obviously.
Wow, you're selling
About
yourself
that.
short there, man.
Oh, was I getting a free one before I said that?
I mean, you know, you
That's
get
a
what you
shame.
want in this life. You get what you'd say you deserve in this life, you know?
I just want to support my
Well,
author.
it's appreciated. Now I will gladly take your payment for my book.
But it's getting signed. That's the
I'll scribble on anything if you give me paper for it. Give me some green paper for it.
ground ball. Foul. I didn't say I had to pay for the autograph.
Well, I understand you're paying for the signed book.
I'm paying for the book,
Right.
And I'm
I'm
going
just
to get it.
and I'm putting it out there. If anybody would like to pay me to scribble my name onto something, I'm more than willing to accept the payment.
Krupinski 1 and 2. Berard. Krupinski fights that one off, fouled on the third baseline. To your original point, yes, those 9-inning games are going to seem a lot quicker. The next one we get the chance to do 1-2. Grounded. Berard Fields flips to first. 2 away. As Davenport gets to second.
And Steve Silvestro, one of our cameramen and our crew members here today, I know he's been keeping track all tournament long. Started with the total number of outs that we had to have yesterday, then told me 54 today. So I know his count is down at 4.
For those who are new to this, is Noah Miller going to call for time as he steps to bat. Even though Connecticut does have a 6-3 lead here in the top of the 9th, because as a showcase, they will get a chance to bat one last time. There's a strike in there to Miller start the at-bat.
So we saw 216 outs yesterday. Today we'll see an additional 108, 324 outs over the last day and a half for us.
All unique and special in their own way. Is this the part we cut to the mashup of every out?
I wish. Sean, unless our producer Sean Kelly's been working overtime. Didn't sleep last night.
This one fouled away.
Yeah, a mashup, and we have one of the pop singers of this time created an instrumental just for us.
I think we just go thanks for the memories and just play all 316.
I don't know if we have the rights to that.
We'll play the version that ground ball to third. Fire across the diamond. That wraps up the top of the 9th inning and locks Connecticut into a 6-3 W. But we will be back with the bottom of the 9th as Connecticut still gets to bat when we return. Bottom of the 9th inning. Kyle Remington out to finish this one off for Michigan. They trail 6-3, so no way of them coming out victorious in this one. Connecticut just getting their last hacks in. TJ Gormley going to lead this one off. That one's in there for a strike. The 0-1 is offered at 0-2. Gormley so far. a hit and was hit by a pitch, scored a run. Lofts this one into left field, going down the line. Foul.
Yeah. Strong shift in the outfield for Gormley.
And the 0-2. Ground ball to first base. 3 unassisted in your scorebooks. There's 1 away.
322 down, 2 to go.
And with that, some thanks are in order. Great work from everyone involved. Sean Kelly, a tremendous job. Steve Silvestro, Yuri Gerveni, Anthony Haynes, Garrett Suey. This one fouled away. The entire BFA Productions crew. And a special thank you to Prep Baseball Report for a fantastic slate of games over the last 2 days.
It's been a fun event, a great facility. Also got to thank the organization that runs Stern Family Field.
Drop third strike. Alex Marat goes down on 3 pitches.
City of Du Bois as well for having this event.
Yes. Hitch Post for my breakfast yesterday and Uzi's Bakery.
I didn't realize we were just plugging our local businesses, man. I got to start plugging everybody then. I'd like to thank my phone provider for allowing me to do research in my hotel room.
This one fouled away, 0-1. The pacing to this final inning pretty quick thus far. The sky's starting to get a little dark. The winds are picking up. And David McCann fouling that one back, 0-2 quickly. There's a precursor to a storm. This is what it looks like. It's raining already. 0-2.
Nothing.
McCann flies this one into left center field. They're going back, looking up. They make the catch just in front of the track, and that will do it. Connecticut holds on to a 6-3 lead. That wraps up this game. Thank you so much to everyone who's tuned in over the last 2 days. 6 games in the books for PFA Productions, as we've been here at the Prep Baseball Report Northeast Future Games in Du Bois, Pennsylvania. For my partner, Chris Markowitz, I'm Ray Dunn. Thank you for tuning in, and we'll talk to you real soon.